Sorry, we're starting 5 minutes late. It is my responsibility, or I should say irresponsibility. Somebody forgot their iPad.
Two.
Two of us forgot our iPads. So, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, nope, we're going to a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Jamie Roush will lead us in the invocation.
Thank you. Shall we pray? Father in heaven, I come before you tonight, and I thank you so much for who you are. I thank you for your grace and your glory on us all, and for this city and for what this city stands for and what we uphold. I just pray, Lord Jesus, for tonight, for this meeting, that you will give us wisdom and understanding and discernment, Lord, for all of the leaders in our meeting tonight, and for all of us as we move the city more towards your glory. May you be glorified and honored today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Madam Clerk, would you give a roll call, please?
Denham. Present. Gaines.
Here.
Cooper.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Benton.
Here.
Whitus.
Here, and I brought my iPad.
C. Here. Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Quorum plus one. Thank you, Jeff. Or is that Jamie? We'll now move on to our monthly Employee of the Month award, and that will be honored by Alderman Gaines. Come on down, Hillary.
Okay, it is my privilege and honor to announce the City of Branson's Service and Excellent Employee of the Month Award for April 21 is going down to my compadre here, Deputy City Clerk Hillary. This award is to recognize employees who have gone above and beyond, whose performance exemplifies City of Branson's values. Hillary has been instrumental in transitioning the city to Prime Gov, which you're going to see tonight. I left mine at the house. Larry left his at the house tonight. We're going to see whether it works right. She's gone above and beyond in this, putting this software together and revolutionized the way the city runs meetings. She spent countless hours preparing the software, training city staff, including us, dealing with the inevitable kinks that pop up during this time. Her patient and meticulous approach, which will be tested tonight with us, is embodied with the city of Branson City value of teamwork and service. She has truly gone above and beyond as dramatically and drastically help improve the efficiency of the entire city. On behalf of the Mayor, Board of Aldermen, City Administrator, City staff, it's my honor to announce Hillary Brand is the City of Branson's April 2021 Service and Excellent Employee of the Month Award. Congratulations, keep it up. Could we give her a standing ovation, please? Yeah, I got to suck it in.
Congratulations, Hillary. Before we open up to public comments, I wanted to remind everybody what our new public comment rules are. And actually, they're not new, they're in our code, and they've been in our code for many, many years. The rules are you come to the podium, you give your name and address, and you are allowed 5 minutes to speak. During that 5 minutes, if an alderman chooses to ask a question or gather clarity, the alderman may do that and not take away the time of the 5 minutes from the speaker. So the community has 5 minutes, and you will, if the aldermen have questions, they will ask. I think that's a healthy way to do that. So with that said, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers signed up this evening?
We have 2 speakers tonight. Our first speaker is Paul Pluto, 238 Catalina Drive, Branson, speaking on labor shortage.
Well, thank you for allowing me to address the council. And my name is Paul Bluto. Our family owns the IMAX Entertainment Complex. We also own the New Heroes restaurant, Florentina's, and the Branson Meadows Theater Complex. Will Rogers once said, if you live long enough, you quit lying about your age and start bragging about it. Well, I think I've reached that point. I'm 91 years old, and in the 91 years that I've been around, I've never seen anything that compares to what we're facing today. In a county where today there's 3.5% unemployed, and you can walk down any street in town and see a help wanted ad. So I'm here to ask for all of you to consider helping in this process. Larry came to chat with me yesterday, and he made me aware of something that I think I was not aware of, and that is that on the books in the state, there's a requirement under the unemployment benefit that if you're offered a job, you either have to take it or you lose your unemployment benefits. That may be a little bit simplified in the process, but we have not enforced that process. So my suggestion to you, and I'm willing to do anything I can to help in this, is to put together a group that would either go to Jefferson City and talk to the governor or provide a letter to the governor asking him to enforce the laws that are on the books. And if we do that, I think that we can begin to solve the problem. If we fail to do that, then I think the recovery that we now have underway is going to be very, very badly damaged as a result of that. I'd be happy to answer any questions. My theory is stand up, speak up, and shut up. So that's what I'm planning on doing. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Paul, Bill Skanes used to be your friend here. We had the Engler block for years. We were out the first night you opened up IMAX.
I didn't hear you.
We came out to your facility the first night you opened up the IMAX with Ozarks Legacy and Ledge, and we appreciate in this community what you've done. It has been a long time ago, and I had no gray hair at the time, Paul.
And it's still playing on the IMAX Theater every day.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Thank
it
you
is.
so much for that.
You bet.
Thank you very much, Paul. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Tom Forster, 150 Sunken Forest Drive, Forsyth, labor issues.
Yes, my name's Tom Forster. Thank you for this evening, for allowing us, Paul and I both, to speak. I'm speaking on his behalf as well. We do have a number of businesses, from the IMAX to McFarland's to the Little Opry Theater to the Elite Cinema 3 to Florentina's to the new restaurant Heroes Taste and Taps, Branson Meadows Cinema. So in the height of things, we will employ close to probably 400 people in the summertime and in the prime time of the season. And right now, we are concerned about how that summer season is going to come along, because we can't find employees now just for our base that we need to operate on a daily basis. We can't open up for breakfast at our new restaurant now because we can't find enough help to help staff that restaurant. We can't find a second shift. Same thing with McFarland's. We've cut their hours back. And I know everybody in this room and everybody that's got businesses, not only locally here in Branson, but throughout the whole nation, is facing the same issue. So, like Paul said, if there's any way that we could put together a delegation, not just from Branson, but also include Kansas City and St. Louis, and go to the governor, if that's an opportunity, we want to be involved. We're here to help. We don't have all the answers, but we can certainly tell you what our pressures are and our concerns are, and I think it's community-wide. So that's basically all I wanted to say. Again, thank you. If there's anything that we can do to support the efforts that we're trying to accomplish, I saw Mary Kellogg in here earlier. Mary's here. Mary's probably having some issues also with the employment situation. So, it's pretty sad when you spend thousands of dollars on Indeed trying to hire people, and you get maybe 10 or 12 responses, and out of that, maybe 1 or 2 will show up for an interview, and we hire them, tell them to come back for orientation, and they don't show up. They're done. They did their employment search, they're done. And we've offered them a job. We've offered them an opportunity to come off of unemployment and the extra benefit they're receiving until September. So if you equate it all, people are sitting home making $15 an hour, not doing anything. And we need to do something about it. If we can't do it on a national level, hopefully we can do it on a state level. So I appreciate everybody's support. Any questions? If not.
Tom, I know we discussed some of this yesterday, and when you take that $15 an hour, you put 2 people under the same household, whether it's husband, wife, or roommates, 2 people are making $60,000 a year by not working, right? I mean, think about that for a minute. So it is a serious problem. It's not just a serious problem in Branson, but statewide and national. And so we at the city, we're reaching out to our governor, and for many reasons, right? The state is losing tax revenue. Cities losing tax revenue. The businesses are losing revenue because they are forced to close their business certain days a week, close early, not being able to open, because this is a crisis. So I appreciate that. Anybody have any other ideas? We are more than open. But I want you to know your city is working with at the state level to cause all we're asking for is one simple thing. We don't need new legislation. All we need to do, like Paul said, is just enforce the existing rules that are on the books today. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
That's all of our speakers.
Oh. We have this new system. Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the audience would like to have moved down from the consent agenda to ask additional questions or comments? Any items from the board?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I would like to have item number 7 pulled and added to the agenda right before item 14.
Okay, any others? Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda as amended?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the April 13th, 2021 regular meeting 1 and April 13th, 2021 regular meeting 2. Acknowledge receipt of advisory part board minutes for the February 16th, 2021 meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Human Resources Committee minutes for the February 17th, 2021 meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Finance Committee minutes for the February 25th, 2021 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Planning Commission minutes for March 2nd, 2021 meeting. Acknowledge receipt of a petition for consent of annexation for the property located at 134 Country Bluff Drive, Branson, Missouri. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda, and the floor is now open for a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda as amended.
It's our new system. Now they're registering their votes on their iPads. Do we have a second?
It shows that Ruth did,
there
but
it
it's
is.
not on the screen. Oh, there it is.
It took a second.
Your Honor, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We are ready now to vote on the consent agenda as amended.
Alderman, please vote. This is a new system. Once we get it figured out, it is intended to streamline these meetings.
Can we push yay more than once?
Somebody needs to cover for Jamie.
Brought my iPad, I just forgot how to vote.
Let's just say it's 6-0.
Alderman Whitus, if you would want to vote verbal, yes? Let me catch that for you. The motion carried 6-0. Thank you.
It's funny.
Your Honor, the next item is the final reading of Bill Number 5972, an ordinance amending Chapter 14 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to animals by repealing said said chapter in its entirety and enacting a new chapter in lieu thereof. This bill was postponed on its final reading during the March 23rd, 2021 regular meeting. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 5972.
So, Alderman, I need a motion and a second on your handy-dandy device, please.
We have a motion and second. Amy, I'm sorry, we have a motion and second. And we're ready for a staff report from Jeff Matthews.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, tonight I'm going to recommend that we delay this to May the 25th. I know that the board still seeks comments from the citizens, and I recommend that we initiate some town hall meetings. I recommend 3 individual ward town hall meetings, small groups. We'll identify the locations inside the wards. That way, the citizens can speak directly to their aldermen, hear their comments, concerns, and then we'll move forward with whatever recommendations we get from those meetings.
Thank you, Chief Matthews. I think that's a great suggestion.
Can we speak? Or?
Sure.
I totally agree with postpone, and I think the reason is to give time for the public to comment and get in input. The May 25th date, is that, do we want to put a date on it there, or do we just want to, an exact, was that no later than? I didn't hear what he said, Stan.
We would be happy to extend it further, and I believe there was maybe a recommendation for the last meeting in August, if I recall
Yeah,
correctly.
not to exceed.
Correct.
August 24th. Could we make make a motion to do that, or?
You just did. So Aldermen need to,
Oh,
vote on the motion?
we have a motion from Alderman Cooper. Now I need a second.
Second.
Alderman Skanes, are you wanting to do that? I'm sorry.
It's waiting, so I can't do anything.
Oh, I forgot to push my button.
Okay,
Yeah.
here we go.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to postpone this meeting to a date not to exceed August 24th, 2021. It's time to vote on your handy-dandy machine.
And that vote to postpone carried 6-0.
Chief, real quick, so the May 13th date is still in play?
No, sir.
Okay.
We will not do the May 13th. What we'll do, we'll work with city staff, identify the dates that work with your calendars,
And
set
then
those, announce them
Presented
publicly.
through the usual channels?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
So
you.
you'd like each ward to kind of pick some dates and then get back with you, and that way you can help us?
I
with,
think working with the administrator's office in Chena would
Okay.
be a great idea.
And would the city, would we be able to get that out on city I mean, how would we get that info out?
Oh, it'll go out through our communications channels, once the dates get set.
And I'm confident we'll have it posted in the newspapers and we'll get the word out. Thank you, Chief Matthews.
Your Honor, we're ready for the next item. It's the first reading of Bill Number 5963, an ordinance approving the annexation of the properties located at 1800 Shepherd the Hills Expressway, Branson, Missouri. This bill was postponed on its first reading after the public hearing held during the February 23, 2021 regular meeting. It has had a motion by Alderman Milton at that time and a second by Alderman C. and is ready for additional discussion and vote.
So we have a motion and a second, and we'll begin with the staff report from Joel Hornickel.
Mayor, members of the board, good evening. You may recall back at that February meeting, those of you that were in attendance, that staff was the one that recommended for the item to be postponed. The property owner had done some unauthorized work in the floodplain without permission from FEMA. They've been trying to work to resolve that. However, they've been unsuccessful at this time to do so. So it's our recommendation to you all tonight, instead of continuing to postpone this item indefinitely, because we have not had any communication with the applicant in several weeks. So we would recommend that you would deny this item or turn it down. And when the applicant is able to resolve their issues and want to make a request for annexation in the future, we would be happy to work with them at that time. Happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the audience? Any from the Board of Aldermen?
Question, just procedure, because it was moved by the mayor. Does that need to be revoted on?
No, the motion was at the time as Alderman Milton, and so we have a motion and second on the floor. Thank you.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Joel, obviously not all of us were
Sure,
part
understood.
of these previous meetings.
Understood.
I had a hard time understanding what was even going on here. Like, what was the purpose of the annexation? What were they wanting to do? I mean, I clearly they're not following FEMA guidelines according to what you're saying, but what was the intention of this property? If you could give me just a little context
Yeah,
of that.
absolutely. So the property is largely floodplain. However, there is a small portion of it that is at the same elevation as Shepherd Hills Expressway. And so they wanted the opportunity to develop that portion. They were interested in doing nightly rentals. So they also wanted to explore maybe building them up on stilts down in the floodway to meet those regulations. They were kind of looking at a few different options, but in order to develop, they were in conversations with us about connecting to sewer with the nightly rental use, and that kind of then led to the annexation and zoning discussions. So we were working with them quite actively to proceed and help them develop their property. But again, the situation with FEMA, it's just something that we would recommend the city not get involved with. Let FEMA and the county continue their enforcement on it.
Any other aldermen?
And you said you've had no contact with him for weeks, or?
Yeah, we've been talking through Ross Williams. He's been representing the applicant. They actually do have outstanding fees due as well. We're required to advertise items legally. The state requires us to do that both in the paper and through mailings to residents or property owners within 185 feet of the property. And so they have a balance due from those notifications that have gone unpaid as well. We've been trying to get those paid, but they haven't been. And so that's been part of the lack of communication as well.
And sorry, for further clarification, if we vote this down tonight, which is what staff's recommending,
Yes.
and they get these fees and these things taken care of and work with FEMA, I mean, we could always reconsider this. This isn't close the door on it permanently, right?
It would just close it on this request at this time.
Sure.
So absolutely in the future, if they want to make a request for annexation, we would definitely work with them through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Joel, hypothesize with me here a little bit. Where's
try.
this going?
Where is
Where is this going?
It's up to the applicant at this point. They did work without the necessary approvals in the floodplain, and so at this point, it's theirs to resolve. They need to fix that issue. And again, staff would not recommend the city get involved until those issues are fixed.
Are those, you think, unsurmountable with them?
Tough to
Again,
say.
hypothesis.
Tough to say. I mean, they added a lot of fill to the floodplain, and so that fill either needs to be removed or they need to go through a remapping process of the floodplain to see if no rise is occurring because of the fill they added. So it's a process they'll have to go through.
Thank you, Joel.
You're welcome.
Any other aldermen? Hearing none, please vote.
The item was defeated 0-6.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Your Honor, the next item was a presentation by Branson Academy for the Advancement of Music and Theater. The speaker on this item was unable to attend the meeting and will be on the May 11th agenda. Our next item is the presentation to update the board and aldermen on the Branson Lakes Area Chamber of Commerce and CVB and Taney County Partnership.
We will begin with a staff report. You're not John Manning.
I am not John Manning.
But you play him on TV?
For the right amount, I'll pay it. Are we doing a staff report or is it?
Who is that?
It's John's birthday, so we'll cut him a little slack.
Hey, you're gonna come before us, you gotta fix your collar.
I'm sorry?
You come before us, you gotta fix your
Oh, Alderman Skanes, I
collar. Yes,
was
sir.
sweating, desperately walking in. So I
There's
take
some
my
things
coat
we don't
off
wanna
and-
hear.
Tell you. Mayor, council, city staff, thank you all for having me tonight. Couple quick comments before I get into my presentation, and I promise I will go through this. I won't keep us here all night. In regards to labor force and workforce, as you know, within our organization, within the chamber and the CVB, Taney County Partnership obviously exists. And every day we are working with all of the departments that we need to try to grow and attract workforce, including Bridge USA, which used to be the J1 program. It's now called Bridge USA. Trying to get those students back. We're being held up on the visa component, and I don't want to take all Jonas's thunder because I know he's planning on giving you guys an update. I think potentially next month. We're working on that. We are also on the chamber, the Missouri Chamber Association side, the Hotel and Lodging Association side, the CVB Association side. We are working collaboratively to try to work with the governor's office and try to come up with a solution as well on the state level. So we welcome to be a part of any meeting that the city of Branson puts together to discuss workforce and labor force, and we are trying. We are definitely trying within our office. So with that bad news out of the way, I want to give you good news. So we just found out this week that for the 10th consecutive year on TripAdvisor, we are in the top 20, and we moved up 2 spots. So the city of Branson is now number 16, top destination in the United States. And since I've been here for 3 months, I take credit for all 10 years of being inside the top 20. So thank you. Did my hard work there. So I want to give you a quick update. There I am again on the screen. Again, Jason Altman, President and CEO of the Branson Lakes Area Chamber and CVB. I'm excited to be here tonight. This is not about me, but this is about the amazing work that this organization is doing and has done within the first quarter of 2021. So just to give you a couple quick updates on some things that have occurred since I've come into office on January 18th. So, I mentioned that I was going to get out and meet with the community. And so I've been in over 200 meetings in my time here. I've recently launched a new CEO Circle, a monthly newsletter that highlights everything that's coming out of the Chamber and CVB office, from marketing to PR, to meetings and conventions, to sports, Taney County Partnership, and then Chamber News. That will be monthly. We are trying to showcase everything that we're doing so that there are no questions left unanswered coming out of our office. We've also recently hired an organization called CFO by Design. This is a women-led organization. These are all former CEOs and executives across the country that's going to do an organizational assessment on our organization. They're going to look at everything from our finances to our staffing levels to our policies, our internal policies, and they're going to make best practices recommendation and make sure that the Chamber and CVB is operating to the best of our ability and to the funding that we receive from both the City of Branson and the TCED. So we're really looking forward to that. And then we're updating our bylaws and making sure that we clean some things up. They haven't been reviewed since 2015, so we're trying to clean them up. One of the recommendations that we're making is that the city manager of Branson will now sit on my board as an ex officio position, bringing updates from the city of Branson and learning what's happening every month from inside of the chamber. On top of that, we are also recommending, and again, this is recommendations because it does have to be approved by the chamber membership, but the other thing that we are recommending is that the appointed seats, right now we have 6 of those seats that are appointed to the attractions. Well, I want to make sure that 3 of those 6 seats are dedicated to the live shows and theaters, so that our board has representation always from the live shows and theaters. So, again, we want the voice to be heard, and we want to make sure that it's a dedicated seat so that they always have to be filled. Recently, this is a quarter update, so obviously we hosted a Good Morning Branson at the Convention Center. Thank you, Sam, for allowing us to be there. Great event. We had over 80 people in attendance. It was a great debate. I think it went over very well, and we were appreciative for being able to do that. Tourism tax. Thank you for everybody in this room, and thank you for everybody here that worked with us to try to get this tourism tax renewed. It was an outstanding effort. Pam Yancey and Jonas Argis in my office helped lead that charge, that committee. You can see here some of the work that they did. 158,000 impressions to try to get out the message of how important this tax was, and received a very high approval rating, and we were very thankful for that. And so that was passed. We're looking forward to the next steps and seeing some construction and some trucks rolling through the city to get those projects going. ImagineBransonMo.com. So this is another thing that's going to talk about labor and workforce. This is a brand new site that we've launched. This is our site that focuses on relocation, focuses on jobs. It focuses on why you want to live here, work here, and play here. This is a tremendous asset. In fact, I was on a call earlier today with 35 other CEOs across this country, and when I mentioned this site and I shared it with them, we got a standing ovation here in Branson, because this is something that a CVB and a chamber has not done in the past, and this is something that's going to help promote. This is a free job listing board as well for anybody that needs to fill positions. Go to ImagineBransonMo.com, put your job in there. I can't guarantee somebody's going to fill out or show up, but it's another free opportunity that we are promoting to try to get these positions filled. Tremendous, tremendous asset that we've recently launched.
Thank you for that, Jason.
No problem. State of the Union. Geez, State of the State. I don't think we're on that level. I'm not the United States Chamber. I'm the Branson Chamber. June 7th at Chateau, we will be having our State of the State. The governor will be here in town, bringing his address to the city and to those in attendance. We're really looking forward to that. That's going to be another great event. More information that will come out of that and will be shared to the community. So one of the biggest things that we've done recently is, and I've got Rachel Wood in the office here with me tonight, my Chief Marketing Officer. So we had to go through a process of selecting a new creative agency to do our creative, starting in 2022. This was an extensive process, and I want to applaud the staff in my office, as well as the MOC from the Tourism Enhancement District, the MOC, the Marketing Committee that works with us on our advertising. This process was extensive. You can see here we received over 15 responses from 19 agencies. We were able to work together to narrow it down to 5. From the 5, we selected down to 2. We were able to convince these agencies to fly into market to make presentations to us. Either agency would have been absolutely tremendous for Branson, but the one that won out, the agency is called Proof, and that's just it, Proof, and that's the name of the agency, but they understand what it takes to really market to somebody, to appeal to the heart, and they've done work in Austin, Texas, and San Antonio, so they understand music as well. And so I think they're going to be a tremendous asset to our organization. It'll be a 3-year contract, and we can't, in fact, I think they're coming into market soon in the next couple of weeks to get the creative process started. You won't see this creative until 2022, so please keep that in mind. Our current creative will finish out 21. So if you see an ad and you go, well, geez, that looks like what you've done the last 3 years. It is. It is. New stuff will come in 22, but we're super excited about getting to that point. So right now we are wrapping up our road trip campaign. Our road trip campaign really was pushing spring break. And as we heard earlier, I mean, what an amazing time Branson just had for spring break. I mean, this was my first spring break here, but the energy in the traffic, I don't normally like traffic, but I loved seeing the cars on the road during spring break. But the stories I've heard about how this was the best spring break ever, or how, Branson is back and we're only moving forward, it was absolutely tremendous. And so our campaign that we just did, which was road trip campaign, we're wrapping that up. April 30th, that finishes. So our next campaign, which will run May through July, you can see here, it's always go time in Branson. So we're getting ready for the summer. It's always go time. So let's get that labor force so we can get those doors open and get going. So you'll just see here, again, some highlights of what our campaign is going to look like. We will launch this in May. Just a quick update on our top visitation cities for Q1. Again, this is our research H2R, sorry, just slipped out of my mind. So H2R does all of our research for us. They track we track cell phones when they come into market, and we do surveys. And so here are our top 20 markets that happened in the first quarter of 2021. You can see most of these markets are within 300 miles. You got some traditionals on there, obviously Kansas City, St. Louis, Northwest Arkansas. But I don't want to overlook the fact of just outside of the top 10. You look at number 11. Clay, you're going to like this one. Alderman Cooper, you're going to like this one. Dallas-Fort Worth. Yeah. They're number 11. We got a Dallas fan in the house. And then if you look, number 16, Chicago. We are making a dent into these big markets, and that's only going to help us grow our visitation each and every year. So we're really excited about these big cities coming on board, and we only look forward to getting them moved even further up on our market list. Oh, hold on. I didn't set that up. Boy, that jumped right into it. Okay, so I didn't know that was coming. So we had to do, we did actually 4 commercials, but we're going to highlight 3 15-second slots. These are each 15-second commercials. It's going to go quick. So you guys pay attention because it's going to go quick. 15 seconds goes by real quick. But we've got 3 of them. We actually did 4. The 4th one was still in production, so we don't have it as part of this presentation.
In Branson, we believe our nights shine brighter than ever. Let's turn it up and make some memories. Plan your next visit at explorebranson.com.
Number 2.
In Branson, we believe that time together is the best time of all. When you're ready, we're here for you. Learn more and start planning now at explorebranson.com. In Branson, we believe the best vacations are just a short drive away. So come on, let's go. Start planning your next getaway at explorebranson.com.
Very nice.
How great are those? So the one thing that I want to point out about those commercials, and to jump back real quick, so what you'll notice in those commercials is a diversity within our demographic, diversity of our visitor, diversity of what we have in terms of attractions and the shows. So we're trying to highlight what there is. We're not focusing on one specific segment here in Branson, but we're highlighting everything, and we're highlighting it to those visitors that we want to come here. All demographics, all ages, because we believe that as we grow those, we'll grow the visitation, and everybody in market will be successful, whether you are a live show, whether you're an attraction, a restaurant, or lodging. We're excited about the future, and you can see that's just some great work, and that's only going to get better. So what's happening on explorebranson.com? So again, just a couple quick things. So these are our recent, again, first quarter. So first quarter, we had 2.2 million page views with our average page view of almost 2 minutes. That's tremendous. I mean, you're getting people that are clicking through multiple pages, and they're spending time on our website. And I know that there's probably going to be some people in the room that go, oh, but shows are down there on number 4. Kind of. Because really what you can do is you can look at inside of our top 10 attractions, shows are also listed. Inside of things to do, the live shows are also listed. So really you can kind of merge some of these when we're talking about live shows and actually kind of merge them up to the top. But this is showing how well, and we recently reskinned our website, and it has done a tremendous job of really trying to attract and draw a new visitor. On the front page of our website, we added a live shows tab, so you don't have to dig through our website anymore. It's right there on the front page, right at the top. You can go and find out what's happening. The information that we have is being sourced to us from the shows. So for all of those listening that are part of a live show or a theater, make sure you keep giving us information so that we can keep updating everything that's happening in the community. We're only as good as the information we receive. I don't have a big enough staff to try to just keep on every single thing and every change that occurs. So make sure you're feeding us all that information. Meetings and conventions. I told you guys when I was hired, this is one of my backgrounds. So you're going to hear more about meetings, conventions, and sports when I give my updates. So in our first quarter, actualized rooms, that's room nights that actually took place during the first quarter. They were here. They slept in the rooms. They ate in the restaurants. They had a great event. So in night, we had 2,400 rooms, a $1.3 million economic impact, and supported over 524 jobs. Future business. So these are my salespeople working with the meeting planners to book future business, get it on the books, start filling up vacancies that we have. In the first quarter, 7,400 rooms, over $5 million economic impact, and a job support of over 1,200 jobs. So some of the things that we booked for the future, you can see here. I'm not going to really go through these, but American Quilter Society, National Beta Club, 5,000 attendees. And we got it for 22, 23, and 24. That's a tremendous booking. We're looking forward to all these events coming into the market. And again, they're going to make an economic impact. So then we've got some upcoming events for this year specifically. So obviously we've got the Women of Joy Conference coming up in October, 4,000 attendees. The Camper Owners Association coming up in December. That'll be 1,500 to 2,000 attendees from 15 states. And then we're making sure that we get out and we're using the money that we receive in a proper manner. So we sponsored RCMA Emerge. That is a conference specifically for religious meetings and events planners. We know that they love coming to Branson, and so we're putting money into that market to try to continue to drive them here. And then this is my favorite one. So the Wisconsin Association for Campground Owners. Normally a state association doesn't leave their state, but Branson's doing it so well. We stole them from Wisconsin, and they're coming down here to Southwest Missouri. So we're looking forward to having them in market in the future. So I apologize. This slide was actually supposed to be sports updates, and somehow I apologize. I overlooked this. But just to give you a couple quick highlights. So from a sport event standpoint, first quarter, we actualized 3,100 attendees and over 8,500 sports groups that turned definite for the future. So over 8,500 in attendance there. We actualized over 11,300 attendance into the market when you throw in MONASP and the archery event that took place, being such a large event. And we booked over 6,200 sporting event rooms. Sports, this is going to be a mecca for sports in the future. We find some funding to expand our sports facilities. This Branson's going to grow even more. And then when they're not playing, They're going to go watch Clay's Country Music Express. They're going to go and they're going to get on a roller coaster, and then they're going to go and watch an IMAX movie. And so we've got to get sports into the market, but we need the right facilities to do so. Again, a couple big updates on the sporting side. So we've got the wrestling and jiu-jitsu coming into market, 3v3 live soccer, and then our Triple Crowns Branson Scenic Showcase that will be in early November. And then some of the bigger events that we've got coming in, excited about this one. I've never seen power boats live. Super excited about this one, May, June, and July on Lake Taneycomo. The National Youth Fishing Association continuing to do great things on the lake. We're excited about all of that. And then the Talent on Parade at the Mansion Theater. So we are also working with the Johnny Morris, the U.S. Open National Bass Fishing, which will be later in the year. She's actually got on here the Bull Shoals event, but the Bull Shoals will be one of the first events, and then they'll culminate later in the year with the actual World Championships. Leisure group. In fact, the reason I was sweating when I came in was because the mayor and I just brought welcomes. We've got a leisure group FAM tour, a familiarization tour in-house right now. We had over 100 people that are in Branson right now. These people are ones that will bring those buses back to Branson. And right now they're in the convention center. They're having a great dinner. They're having a great time. And we hope to see the streets rolling real soon with these motor coaches. And we've actually got a second one coming up. She had so much interest, we almost went to 3 different FAM tours, but we capped it at 2 just for budget reasons. But Mayor, I think you would agree it was a tremendous event, and it was very exciting to see all those people here witnessing Branson. Couple quick PR updates. So in the first quarter, our PR return on investment was 35-1. So essentially what that is for every PR story that's written about us, for every news article that's picked up, we essentially in Branson returned $35 on every dollar spent to get stories picked up. You can see some of the bigger ones here. Just these 3 stories alone, 186 million impressions. 186 million impressions. The amount of stories, my background coming over from South Carolina, Atlanta before that, Midwest, I have never seen a city written about more than Branson, Missouri. The amount of people that want to write about us, see us, experience us, it is tremendous. This number will continue to grow, and I thank all of our marketing and PR department for working with these individuals. You can see here the biggest one, 83 million reach, was on the Forbes, the top 10 best places in America to avoid the pandemic. That reached out, and then obviously the fishing article that went out as well. So again, tremendous reach coming out of our PR department. Thank you. I guess next time I should go through the slides again to make sure I knew what was coming up next. But it's been a tremendous first quarter. We are excited about where we're headed. We are actually, if you look at tax collections, we are ahead of pace from 2019, and from all accounts, 2019 was the best year ever in the city of Branson, and we're pacing ahead of that right now. So exciting things to come. I want to thank you guys for listening and hearing me tonight. I look forward to working with you all in the future.
Jason, thank you so much. Oh.
And I suppose I should ask if anybody has any questions.
Any aldermen have any questions?
Want me to go? I'd like to say thank you for, I don't think it's a big secret that for the past few years there's been a little tension between live shows and the chamber. Mm-hmm. And I think we've already, since you've been here, I've noticed, and several people have noticed, we've talked a big change and I think the trust is already being rebuilt, and we're seeing change, just like with those commercials. I remember last couple of years, you might see 5 commercials in a year that didn't even have a guitar in it. Mm-hmm. And no, I mean, seriously, yeah. And it's nice to see that we're sharing the love and we're not forgetting what brought Branson to what Branson is, because it's a mixture of everything. It's yeah. The shows and the Ferris wheel and the Titanic and the Tanger Mall and the shops and the restaurants, and it's all that stuff. So it's good to see that the love is being spread around, and we're trying to attract all types of people that are interested in all different types of things. And another thing I wanted to say is I've noticed just at my show, every night, the amount of people coming in saying that because I always ask, you've been to Branson before, you're a first timer. The amount of people that are first timers to Branson this year is mind blowing.
Yeah.
And I'll ask them, well, what made you come here? Well, you know, we live 7 hours and we usually take a trip to the West Coast, or we fly out to New York or stuff, and we didn't want to get on a plane. And it's an easy trip. They can get here in a day. It's affordable, and they feel safer just getting in their car and coming to Branson. So I'm telling you, it's not one couple a week. It's 8 to 10 couples a night that I talk to that say they're first timers to Branson. That's cool. And that's encouraging.
Yeah.
And one more question I had, you had up the Dallas, Fort Worth, and Chicago. A few years back, we used to advertise. We used to run TV ads. My family's all from Dallas, Fort Worth, and they'd say, "Man, we saw a commercial in Branson stuff." Is that in the plans, or I mean, because to me, I mean, Dallas, Oklahoma, that whole part is huge. And when they drop those ads in that area, I couldn't understand it.
Yeah, so, and I can't comment, I don't know how far back, you're talking. Obviously, last year, we pulled, advertising, especially television advertising because of COVID.
Well, no, it's been a few years back that happened, do you remember, Tom? It's been,
Okay.
yeah.
It was longer than that.
Okay.
Has it been longer than that? '19?
19,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, and
The Dallas market didn't get dropped?
I will tell you, Alderman Cooper, I'm sorry?
We had a special buy years ago. At the tourism district, we set aside roughly $350,000 to $500,000 for a special buy between Dallas, Fort Worth, and Chicago.
Chicago,
And
yeah.
then we brought down, is it KABC or WABC? The ABC affiliate out of Chicago came down and did a week in Branson on the morning show. So it was very good.
Okay. Well, I can tell you with the new company, new creative agency Proof, they're Texas-based, Austin, Texas. They will, obviously, they're going to work with us in how we move forward, from a marketing standpoint. I will tell you that the move is getting more and more on the digital front. So this year will be the first year that we've kind of flopped where our organization has typically been. So we're going to do about 60% of our budget on digital and 40% on TV advertising. But we're not doing national this year. We're doing more regional coverage because of our budget was slashed quite a bit, obviously. Yeah. So we're doing more regional TV, actual basic TV commercials, but we're going to be doing 60% on the digital. The thing about the digital is we can target a specific, exactly, let's say, for instance, it's not just all of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, but there's even hot pots, Denton, If we wanted to specifically drive into Denton with a digital marketing campaign, and if you have a smart TV that's like a Samsung and you turn it on, we can run a commercial right on your TV when you turn it on inside your house. Instead of, running it in between, maybe a show on CBS and hoping somebody sees it, we can target that specifically. And so we're working to try to be smarter with those dollars. And so we're going to try to make sure we target it properly. But those areas, we know those are hot spots. And so we're definitely going to push into them.
Well, great job.
Thank you.
Jason, I was just going to say I'd really like to see you do more in the first 3 months that you've been here.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
It's kind of underwhelming. No, I'm kidding. I've had an opportunity.
This was a portion of what we've done in the first quarter. So.
Right. No, I've had an opportunity to visit with you a couple times. Glad you're here. I'm looking forward to what you're going to bring to the chamber and to the city. Like Clay, I mean, what we're seeing, it's awesome. It's, you guys are listening and doing what's going to be best for the community. And so I appreciate that. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for getting out there, getting to, sort of investing and injecting yourself into the community, because, you're taking the time to meet somebody like me who's not part of the tourism draw,
right.
But you're still taking the time to get to know the people here in the community that are stakeholders or partners in the community. I appreciate that. So thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you. I got to spend some time in Clay's green room, and I'm a Detroit Lion, and I saw the Green Bay Packer back there, and boy, but I guess that was your wife. So
That was not my idea.
yeah. So, but no, thank you all. And again, we're only going to be as good as we all work together. So I'm really looking forward to not just from a visitation standpoint, but growing Branson, both as a better place to live, product development, new sports development, all those things. So we're going to do it together. And I do appreciate you all for listening to me tonight.
Jason, it would be fair to ask Alderman Fenton, what have you done for me in the last 2 weeks?
What'd I do? Everything comes with cost.
Well, thank you.
Any other aldermen? Any questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
Are there any questions on this topic from the audience? Come on up. Name, address, you're limited to 45 minutes. Just kidding.
Jason, I have a quick question for you, partner. You mentioned...
Marshall, excuse me. Thank you.
I should know that. Marshall Howden, 106 Rose O'Neill. Jason, you mentioned kind of travel to this area based on, religious travel, I know there's a cohesive effort when it comes to sports, but you've spent a lot of time in the Carolinas, I have as well. My family went to Camp Ridgecrest outside of Asheville, North Carolina for so many years, and there's a conference center there that really attracts a lot of, people that come, and it's not exactly the same type of venue as a regular convention center would hold, So has there been any discussion along those lines as far as, religious travel to the area and having a cohesive plan like we do as far as sports? Because I think that's really an area that we could really tap into. As you see some of the kind of the mega churches in this area that have regular people that come from, they live in Neosho, they come here to go to church there. But something like a religious conference center specifically is something I've always had on my heart that I think would be really good for this community. So I wanted to just throw that out there and see if there's any feedback on that. So thanks, man.
Marshall, thank you. So I will tell you that within our office, we do have committees set up for a lot of our different market segments. So we've got, the sports committee and the meetings and conventions committee and the leisure group committee and the marketing committee and the PR committee. And I mean, I could go on and on. So I will tell you that we don't discriminate. And, if there is a religious group that wants to come here and, they want to meet in somebody's backyard, I've got a pretty nice backyard and I could put a tent up. If they spend money in this community, we'll bring them here, as long as they are obviously also going to fit and be respectful, to our destination. And I would hope where the religious groups would. We are looking at hopefully, if you were at my annual luncheon last week, I had mentioned, hopefully in 2022, we will be starting the process of a 10-year destination master plan. And as part of that master plan, it will not only lay out our marketing efforts, but it will lay out the right demographics that we need to go after and target from a city standpoint that will make us most successful. It'll also lay out product development, potentially maybe a religious center is within that product development, but there'll be community input, as part of this. There'll be city input, and we're gonna take all the information, we're gonna put together a 10-year master plan, and we're gonna make sure that we're driving and developing Branson the right way so that we're making a big economic impact and making everybody successful. So thank you for your comments, and I'll make sure I note that.
Thank you, Jason. Any other questions from the audience? Jason, I think one of the biggest differences you're doing is, and I've said this before, your cooperation with our convention center and our Hilton and the city. I think everybody's rowing the boat in the same direction, and I see great things coming. So thank you again. Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution approving the disposition of surplus property. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. We'll now have a staff report from Jamie Rauch.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This resolution is we require approval for the disposition of the attached list of the property. The code 2-362 authorizes that we need approval for anything above $1,500. So the attached list is what we're asking for approval to dispose of. I'm happy to take any questions, and staff recommends approval.
Anyone from the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Seeing none, any aldermen? Seeing none, please vote.
I can't very well.
See how much faster our meetings go.
Alderman C. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was going
There we go.
to take it for you. Sorry, if you needed it. Your Honor, that passed 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Your Honor, the next item is a public hearing and first reading of Bill Number 5981, an ordinance approving annexation of property located at 631 Shitty Drive, Branson, Missouri.
Well, we will now open this public hearing and begin with a staff report from Joel Hornickel.
Mayor, members of the board, good evening again. This is an item that you accepted the petition on at the last meeting to start the clock for this process. So now we're with the public hearing and first reading. As you can see from the graphic on the screen, this is a property that is approximately 0.6 acres, more or less. And they have approached the city for annexation and zoning so they can build a single-family home within the property and connect to the city's sewer. So that's really why they are pursuing the annexation. This is what we would consider an island within our city limits. Annexations happened quite rapidly in the 90s and 2000s, and it created a lot of gaps or islands within our community. And so part of our community plan 2030 is to work to get those islands, especially anything under 5 acres in size, annexed into our city. It just helps for better response with public services and utilities and things like that. So as a result of this property being an island, staff is in their evaluation noting that there will be minimal impact created by the annexation of this property and minimal cost to the city, again, because it's part of an area that's surrounded by other properties already in the city limits. It is contiguous, and as a result, staff does recommend approval. Happy to answer any questions.
I will now take public comments. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak in favor or opposition to this matter, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, please. Any alderman questions? Public hearing is now closed. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5981.
Your Honor, we have a motion and a second.
Didn't take
We're ready for discussion on the item, if there's any additional discussion.
The public comment section is closed. However, open it up to the general public for comments. None? Alderman, anything? Seeing none, please vote.
The motion carries 6-0.
And you ready, Madam Clerk? Next item?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to go back up to the consent agenda item that was moved down. That would be item number 7. The next item is the final reading of Bill Number 5980, an ordinance approving annexation of the property located at 1487 North State Highway 265, Branson, Missouri. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill number 5980.
So I need the alderman to make a motion in a second.
Your Honor, we have a motion and second on the floor.
Thank you. Anyone, I need Joel to give a presentation.
Mayor, members of the board, I was simply just going to comment that we provided information during our first reading at the last meeting, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Alderman Denham, were you the one requested to pull this down?
Yes, and I'm going to make a motion for postponement to the May 25th meeting. It's my understanding that there is pending litigation on this property, and it would be best if the board had a chance to look into this and discuss it before making a decision. Also, there's an open land disturbance permit through Taney County and DNR, and it's not been finalized yet, so it would give the opportunity for them to final that as well. So I make a motion to postpone this item.
And what was that date, please?
May 25th.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I need to open this for discussion.
Let me fix it. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
So
Do we have any discussion on the postponement?
So is there anybody in the audience wishing to address this? You guys are awfully quiet tonight. Any aldermen?
If I may, this is the first I've heard of litigation. Is it involving private parties or?
There's 3 items, actually, litigation from Friendly Hill subdivision.
Joel, is this property part of Friendly Hills?
It is not. It's not a part of the Friendly Hills subdivision, and I'm looking at Attorney Liebeck. My understanding was those lawsuits did not involve these properties. It was for other properties.
That's correct. The city's not involved in any of this litigation either.
It's Taney County, Planning and Zoning, Taney County Board of Adjustment, and Tri-Lakes. I don't have their exact name, the current developers on the property. And there are 3 items under litigation right now that I'm aware of.
Can we ask for comment from
You
the
bet.
public? Mr. Martinez, I see you in the audience. Can I ask you a question? You're part of the Friendly Hills Association, correct? Are you, thank you, Sean. Yeah, please. You're on the Board of Trustees for the association, correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware, does the association currently have litigation involving this particular property?
We do not have litigation against this particular property. We have litigation against another. We don't oppose this. We just oppose our own particular lots.
Okay, so the association's position, at least on this property, is
On this
there's
one.
no opposition to it?
That is
And I know you don't necessarily represent the entire association, but is that?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Sean, excuse me, is there any litigation with Friendly Hills, with Taney County or Taney County Planning and Zoning?
No, there's not any
Okay.
from Friendly Hills subdivision.
Mayor,
Yes.
so a question for Joel. So let's say there was these legal issues next to this property. Would that affect the application process?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Gotcha.
Again, with those lawsuits, we're not involved in those lawsuits, and they're not involving this particular piece of property.
Right. Thank you.
And are we, as part of this process, on an annexation, we're not making any determination with respect to zoning. This is simply whether we want to bring this property into the city, correct?
That's correct. This is step 1 of a process. The next step will be zoning. The Planning Commission will be reviewing that request at their May meeting, and then they will make a recommendation to you all, and that'll be forthcoming to you all in the future.
Thank you.
So, did it get postponed, or are we
Hold
still in
on,
that?
hold on. We've had a motion and a second to postpone this to May 25th, and it would be time for the aldermen to vote
We're voting on the postponement.
on the postponement only. Please vote.
We have a vote, 1 to vote to postpone it and 5 not. Alderman Denham voted to postpone. Alderman Skanes, Alderman Cooper, Alderman Fenton, Alderman Whitus, and Alderman C voted not to postpone it. This is defeated. We will go back to our original motion.
And the original motion is to approve the annexation.
We're approving the final reading of the motion of the annexation. I have a motion and a second on the floor.
Any more discussion?
Joel, I have just a general question, I guess, in terms of how this process works. So somebody asked me, and I think it's a good question. We're voting on annexing this property in tonight with really no decision or indication from what I could see. I think we can probably surmise what the plan is with this one, right?
Sure.
But I was not able to tell specifically in what was filed what was intended for this property. So is that just kind of generally how this works? We'll annex, if we annex, then we'll go back and consider how we want to zone it.
Yeah, that's right. So
So
staff.
it's never presented but it's never presented as a package.
That's right. So typically, staff will have conversations with an applicant about what they are wanting to do with a property. I hold back as we go through the annexation and zoning process a little bit of that because we have many rules and regulations on how somebody can develop their property after it's been zoned. So our zoning rules are based on the zoning designation of a property. And so if someone wants zoning, that's their box that they can develop within. Someone could walk in here today and say, yeah, if you zone me this is what I'm going to do, but they're not obligated to do that. They could then do something else, so long as it's within that box of zoning rules and regulations. So I just always, staff wants to let you all know what are the rules for this property that they have to develop within. And if the applicant wants to get up here and represent what they're going to do, and they're going to say that that's what they're going to do, then that's on them. I just don't want to misrepresent something because, again, they're under no obligation to develop a certain way based on how they're annexed or how they're zoned.
Sure. And as just kind of again, just so I understand, what if there's no way to undo the annexation? Or maybe there is, it's a little bit more tedious, but
Sure.
I guess my ultimate, what I'm kind of getting at is, if we annex this, but we wouldn't ultimately approve what was intended, it kind of just seems like a weird, in other words, is there cost to the city to annex this?
Sure. We went through that at the last meeting, and I believe we have that slide again. We did the 2 columns of the cost to the city, and then the anticipated revenues to the city. Here it is.
But that anticipated revenue presumes we approve it.
You're exactly right.
Okay.
You're exactly right. Yeah, that is based on how they have developed their contiguous properties to this.
So would it be fair to say then that no matter what, we've got the cost, correct?
Hmm?
Maybe we have the income,
Yeah.
based on how we approve it for zoning.
Right, because zoning is next, and zoning dictates a lot. So, for instance, one of the key development parameters of a zoning district is what the density of that property can be. So their other properties are high-density residential, so that yields a certain minimum and maximum density. It's going to be within that window. However, if it's zoned agricultural, as an example, the density drops way down, the benefit to the city drops way down, and on and on and on. So there's many steps to a development process, and this is the first one.
So summarize, Joel, property gets annexed in and the board doesn't know what the intended use is. I think what Alderman Fenton might be getting to is if that developer was coming in anticipating, say, a high-density residential or maybe even commercial, and it's bordered by, say, medium density, I think the question, at least the question I would have is, will the developer be disappointed by anticipating a zoning that's not going to be approved by bringing it into the city?
I mean, there's always that risk. We work with, again, the property owner, the developer on the process. You know, we believe we're here to help them through that process, to provide it and package it to you all and the Planning Commission. You know, obviously they have a development plan in their mind when they approach the city and a goal to achieve, and we work with them through our codes and our regulations to achieve that goal, working together as a team. And, you know, if we get to the zoning and it's not approved by you all, that obviously is something then they have to make some changes to their development or their approach, or kind of take a step back and see if there's something they can do to, you know, maybe change your all's minds on their request.
May I, Mr. Mayor? This project, Greer Condominiums, was submitted to Taney County in 2005. It's been a process that has been continuing since 2005. I believe the litigation began in 2006 is what it's stamped. So it has been a long process. They let it expire, bring it back, let it expire, bring it back. And Friendly Hills Property Owners Association abuts this property, and so they were both in the county. And I think that when we bring property in, they want to put 324 units, plus they wanted to put a condominium hotel on this property, and it abuts. That was their original request. And it abuts Friendly Hills, and I believe that when we bring property in and it's from the county, and there has been meetings at the county, the owners at Friendly Hills took the time to go to public hearings, to go through the whole process, and whatever they've decided on. And I believe that that needs to be respected when we bring it in, at least to give the opportunity, because this item, and it is under litigation, and I don't know how it will move forward if it is annexed in. I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure, I mean, it's going against the revised statutes of Missouri is one of their suits, that they're not following the requirements of the state statutes. So that would apply to the city as well. So I think we really need to look at the big picture when something has already been to the different boards in another county. We need to work together as a team for that protection, because the next two properties that are on the next item, those have been annexed in, and their zoning that they're requesting, it violates some property rights, because it's going to take it out of the POA. When people purchase property and they know that there's covenants, they feel protected by those covenants, and just being able to wipe them out because someone wants to put in a huge development next door, we're not being very respectful to the POA in Friendly Hills, and that's why I'm requesting that we take a minute, stand back, see what's actually going on, and review that before making a decision that might put us into a bad situation as well. That's why I requested.
Joel, isn't there, part of this process, there's an opportunity to object to it, correct?
Yeah, so.
Meaning public could have filed something or shown us.
Just as we did for the previous item.
Right.
There was a public hearing for the annexation at the previous board meeting. When the zoning comes back up, there will be another required public hearing at both the Planning Commission and with you all here at the Board of Aldermen. So there are opportunities along the way in the process for people to share their opinions.
And so with respect to this one, there's not been any written opposition to it that your department's received?
We have not
And I've-
received any comments.
And I asked Mr. Martinez, who I know is not here on this particular issue, but is here as a representative of the association. They don't oppose this. They don't have any pending litigation.
And I did talk to Gail Meyer, who owns property in the area. I'm not sure if it's contiguous or not, but I did talk to him about this request on the phone, but he did not share any concerns.
And the property, if we go back to the map, maybe, yeah, so the property just south of this, that's already been annexed?
Correct.
And then everything below that is what we know as Chateau Mountain, Chateau Cove area, correct?
On this graphic, those properties that aren't whitewashed or grayed out, those are in the city limits.
Okay, thanks.
The litigation that Alderman Denham's talking about, you're saying, and Mr. LeBeck said that that has nothing to do with the city.
That's my understanding.
Is that correct, Chris? Alderman, yes, it is. Okay, so is there any way, if we pass this, is there any way that, I'm not doubting what she's saying, that there's something going on there, and you are saying that the city's not involved. If we annex this, is there any way possible that this could come back and bite us in the rear?
The city has no exposure on this annexation process. I must also point out, I think Alderman Fenton hit this nail on the head. There is a de-annexation process built into state law, so that if, for whatever reason, something occurs, the property owner that has petitioned the city to annex into the city can actually go to circuit court over in Forsyth and petition to de-annex out of the city because certain conditions or things have not been met. And again, it's a very rigid process, but the bottom line is the city's not exposed as far as I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
So to recap, Joel, even if there was encumbrance on this, it wouldn't affect this application process to be annexed. Is that?
That's what I'm hearing, yes.
Right. So then, so basically, this will go before P and Z, and there'll be a recommendation that'll kick up to us.
For zoning.
So it'll come before us for a first reading and a second reading.
For zoning.
So, right. So we're basically getting the ball rolling here.
First step.
Yeah, so there's a lot of steps to go through where
Correct.
we can back up on stuff if something does come up.
Correct, and even after the zoning process, then there's the building permit process, the
Yeah.
land disturbance permit process.
It's a long process.
Which, we have rules and regulations in the code book, the zoning code, chapter 94, which has many regulations in it that dictate, how they have to develop. And then, of course, the international building code that we've adopted as a city to ensure the buildings are built safely. And inspections to follow up during construction to make sure they're carried out as they were designed.
Gotcha. So a lot of hoops to jump through.
It's a process.
Yeah.
It's a process.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, a question for Joel. We have processes that we go through.
Correct.
Necessary, reasonable. We've been through these processes. Is there anything out of the ordinary through this? We're treating this one any different from any other?
No, we've reviewed this just as we would any annexation. In fact, going through the numbers, that's something we haven't done in the past with annexations that we went through during the public reading and first reading. We support this request. Staff recommends approval of it.
Any other comments from the board? It's time to go down the long road of voting. We're good?
Jeff's broken his computer already.
Your Honor, it carries. We have a no vote by Alderman Denham, yes votes by Alderman Skane, Alderman Cooper, Alderman Fenton, Alderman Whitus, and Alderman C.
Okay.
Your Honor, our next item will be item number 14. We'll go back to our regular agenda item. This is the first reading of Bill number 5982, an ordinance approving a zoning change from agricultural A to high-density residential HDR for the properties located at 121 Linhart Lane, Branson, Missouri. The floor is now open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill number 5982.
Jeff C. made the motion, Bill Skanes seconded. We have a motion and a second, and we'll now have a staff report from Joel Hornick.
Mayor, members of the board, I think this is my last item tonight, so you won't have to see me anymore. This is a couple of properties off of Lenhart. They were annexed into the city October of last year. Shortly after that process, they did go through the zoning, actually twice, to get high-density residential zoning for the property. Both of those times, they were unsuccessful in getting that request passed. So this is a third request for high-density residential zoning. The Planning Commission still recommends approval of this request. This is a new request, I do want to point that out, not a continuation of a past request, but a new request requiring them to pay new fees, go through the legal advertising process and pay those fees. So a new request from that standpoint. Staff does continue to recommend approval of this so the property can be combined with the development to the east to continue that development as a nightly rental development for that area. So again, staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Joel, before I open this up for questions, what would you tell us briefly, what is the process if a agenda item comes up for zoning and it's denied? Is there a time limit before they can resubmit, or a time limit that they have to submit within?
So there is a regulation in the code book that speaks to that. It says that if a request for zoning is denied, the applicant may resubmit a request within 90 days. So may is you know, it's not a shall, it's a may.
Right.
And so then beyond that, we don't have any rules preventing them from submitting an application outside of 90 days. So to answer your question, there are no rules that prevent the applicant from making this request to you tonight.
Okay, so if it's within 90 days, they're asking for the same request, and if it's after 90 days, it's a new request?
You could interpret that, but in this case, it's a new request, and code doesn't prevent them from doing that.
Okay, there's probably a code item we need to address.
Yeah, we've looked at that and believe there can be further clarity provided for that section, so it's something we've added to our agenda.
Thank you for sharing. Any comments from the audience? Come on down. Please give your name and address.
I am Carl Finkenbinder. I am the attorney for the applicant. My address is 100 Prairie Dunes Drive, Suite 200, Branson, Missouri. Just to give a couple of points of note, like Joel said, this has been before the board twice, but to give a little bit of clarity to those who are new, part of the reason we're here for a third time is there was some confusion the last go-around. It was actually denied originally in October, the request. It was actually approved at one point on the first reading. And I apologize, we did not know, my client did not know that on the consent agenda it was going to be removed. We had no notice of that it was going to be removed from the consent agenda at that meeting. And then but it was, and it was denied on the second hearing. So That was my client's mistake for not being here and being ready to address that. But nevertheless, we thought that it would be appropriate, maybe to answer your question, Mayor, why we felt it appropriate to come back a third time to maybe explain some of the issues that we certainly believe maybe created, that were confused. Some of the numbers, and I wanted to walk through that very briefly for the board. But before I do, I did have some potential exhibits. I brought 10 copies, if I may, with the permission of the mayor and permission of the city clerk.
Just give them to the city clerk, please.
What I'm handing out in that, and we'll come to it real quick, but what I'm handing out are a couple of things. One is a title report, and then back up with that, it's from Tri-Lakes Title and Escrow, and then as a backup to that title report, I pulled individual deeds that show the actual ownership that's now reflected for every single lot within Friendly Hills subdivision, all 24 lots. The reason why that's going to be relevant here in a minute is because I think, as the board may recall, one of the big things about this that the board was concerned with is the number of people within Friendly Hills that approve this or are against this or don't have a problem with it. That seemed to be one of the overriding factors in its decision-making process, or the board. And so I wanted to be very careful and deliberate and to point out exactly who is and who is not, or who is either not opposed or opposed to this request. And the staff report already does that. It does a great job as the last exhibit. It gives a very good demonstrative exhibit. But I felt it appropriate to give backup data on that in case there comes later on tonight some major confusion or some unintentional, I'll call it unintentional misinformation that's provided in terms of who's for and against. But what I'd say is that data that I provided you is going to come in handy to the extent that anybody stands up here and says that what Joel or the staff has presented is inaccurate on its last exhibit. That last exhibit shows that when it comes to the numbers, that there are 24 total lots within the subdivision, that 15 of those lots are not opposed to this request. That's 62.5% of the subdivision, lots within the subdivision, are not opposed to this request. To the extent that anyone stands up here and contests those numbers, I would simply request that it be asked of them for proof of that. Because I've just provided both, you will see, you can cross-check the data that I've provided you as to who owns the lots, and then look at what Joel has provided in the staff report as to the consent. The consent, that I have in the staff report, there are consent, like not affidavits, but signature papers where they say, we are not opposed to this development. And if you just cross-check that, you will see that there are 24 lots, and 15 of those lots are not opposed to this development. And I know that was a big issue of contention. That's probably going to be addressed later on. Yes, there are those that are opposed. I do not deny that. As with many developments like this, you are going to have some opposition, and I'm sure you'll hear from them later on tonight. But there are the reverse of that, the remaining, that would be 9 lots, are opposed. The other thing that I wanted to address as well is that in previous meetings there were some statements made that I think maybe it was perhaps a council and maybe a council member and maybe a person from the audience, is that there was concern that my client didn't do enough to reach out to the association and make attempts before, basically in order to try to resolve any issues before we came here before the council. And I wanted to make it clear that did happen. There were overtures between my client and Friendly Hills Homeowners Association. As a matter of fact, me personally communicated with their attorney on multiple occasions, made substantial offers monetarily and otherwise, and made other requests to maybe address any concerns that the association might have as an entity. All my overtures were ignored, every single one. Not a single response. I asked multiple times for just a response. Tell me if we're off base, if there's anything we can do to work things out so that there was an issue. Every single one of my requests was ignored and never responded to. I think that's important for the board to know that when you hear from the president of the HOA tonight. Another thing that was addressed by one of the lot owners in the last subdivision, in the last meeting, was a concern about trees, knocking down trees, that kind of thing. Obviously, within a development, when you're going to build something like this, it is just necessary to knock down trees. We're going to have to do that. That's not going to stay that way. It's not going to remain that way. But in that packet that I provided you, you will see pictures where we have already, even though it's not time yet, even though we don't have to yet, we have provided already a barrier of new landscaping trees along one of the roads in the subdivisions to help with aesthetics from those who are opposed to this within Friendly Hills. If they may be opposed or don't like this, at least, even with those people who don't like us, we have already started to build what I believe an attractive barrier, an attractive tree barrier to prevent any, to see the construction going on until we can landscape the rest of the project. We've done that. We understand that there will be a landscape plan when we, as Joel was mentioning earlier, even if zoning's approved, there are a whole nother set of rules that we have to jump through on landscaping and all that. We will do all that when we have to, when it comes time for that. But we felt it would be being a good neighbor and would help perhaps alleviate those concerns of the board tonight. The other thing that I want to talk about, and this was also kind of addressed in there to the extent, again, I'll just repeat it, it bears repeating and I'll keep it brief. All the property that's contiguous to this, that's already within the city of Branson, is already zoned HDR, or high density residential. So we are consistent with that. Our zoning request is consistent with all the property that adjoins us that's in the city. The property that's in the county is the property that you're going to hear from Friendly Hills lots. But also with those, it's important to understand that with the Friendly Hills lots, this is unique. Most subdivisions, as the council's probably aware, most subdivisions prohibit nightly rental. Most do, and they don't like that. They don't want nightly rental in their subdivisions. They want to keep that out, and I understand those prohibitions, and I get that. Friendly Hills is unique. They have decided just last summer, in July of 2020, that they do not want that. They actually want nightly rentals in their subdivision, and they have unanimously approved an amendment to approve nightly rentals within their subdivision, and there are members, even that are opposed to us right now, who are currently engaged in nightly rental in their subdivision. And I think, again, that's important to understand. The final thing I would just bring up, and this is, I'm kind of anticipating what might come up, the HOA, Friendly Hills, I have become aware recently that it has filed a lawsuit against my client regarding this issue, and that was probably some of the confusion. I think there may have been some confusion with the last item agenda that relates to this one. But I want to speak very briefly on that so that we don't, again, we're not confusing the issues. From what I can tell, the lawsuit claims that my client's proposed use, keep in mind he hasn't done anything yet, but my client's proposed use violates the subdivision restrictions or the covenants. What I would say is, first of all, it does not. Our argument is going to be, and I'm not going to litigate it here tonight, but just briefly so the council is aware, we disagree with that lawsuit and those statements. It does not prohibit what we are requesting. Specifically, there is nothing in the covenants that prohibit what we will eventually be requesting, that these lots become a part, and you heard Joel reference this earlier, become a part of Chateau Mountain, which is the development right there that's already within the city. That is not prohibited by their covenants, and that's specifically what we'll probably end up be litigating in Tenney County in front of Judge Merrill. However, I want to make it clear that that is a separate issue from what we're requesting tonight, and the good news for the board is it does not have to get into litigating that issue. It's not going to have to do that. All the board has to decide is whether or not to zone this HDR. And I think Mr. Liebeck, your counsel will agree with me when I say this. You can think of it this way. Let's say that I'm standing here today and I'm telling you everything that I'm telling you is wrong, and that I will lose in court, and that that the Friendly Hills subdivision is going to win. That has no impact on what happens here tonight with HDR. In other words, the board and the council, if it fits if the board wants to take staff's recommendation and approval and approve the zoning that is companies around it, that decision does not prohibit a judge in any way, would not shape or the impact of that case. And so that would still be incumbent on Friendly Hills. That would be their job to litigate that issue, make that their job. They would have to petition the court. They're going to have to get the judge to say that those covenants prohibit what we're requesting, what we're attempting to do. And if the judge says you can't do it, we are zoned HDR, but we cannot do what Friendly Hills is saying we can't do. And then that's where it's left. They still have recourse. Their recourse is not here, at least on that issue. But again, just to recap on that, we completely disagree with it. I've just recently become aware of it, but we completely disagree with the merits of the lawsuit. That's really it. I think I've given kind of a brief history of it. We think that it's beneficial for all involved. We think it's consistent with the use around the development. And with that, I'll leave it to the board to decide, unless it has any questions for me.
I do, Mayor, if I can.
Sure.
Mr. Finkelmeiner, you provided this title report from Tri-Lakes, and I think in our staff report, we've got letters that were exhibits that were approvals. I'm trying to match these up for consistency here, because we're now showing 24 lots.
Yep.
Okay. The approval letters that came in, can you just walk me through on your title report who has approved this?
You bet.
Who's voted in favor of this?
So Lifestyle Contractors, if you look at the title report, that's my client. They owns lot 1 and 2, and these are the two lots that are subject of this issue.
Sure.
Mark Kirby and Elizabeth Kirby own lot 3. They're right beneath us. They are opposed to this request. At least I shouldn't say. They were previously opposed. I don't know if they are today or not. They had previously objected to the request. Lots 4, 5, and 6, Timothy Davis, his letters in the file, he is not opposed. There was also some 2 meetings ago, there was some confusion on that. Let me restate. His letter states, I've talked to him personally on this issue. He's being very careful with what he says, but in the letter, he is not opposed. That's different from saying he's all for it, he loves everything about it. He's simply saying he's not opposed. That's the distinction. And this might be part of your confusion, Councilman Fitton, but on lots 7, 8, 9, and 10, it's called Stone Co. Enterprises, LLC. That is Mr. Permy. You'll see in your documents on staff council's report. He signed, he said that he owns lot 4, but what he meant to say is he owns 4 lots. That's what he meant to say. His 4 lots, his company is Stone Co. Enterprises. He owns lots 7, 8, 9, and 10, and he is for this development. And that's why there might have been some of the confusion there. Lots 11, 12, and 13, owned by Sean Martinez. Obviously, he's here tonight. He's opposed. Lots 14 and 15, Mark Rise. I think I'm saying that last name right. Reese, I apologize. And they are for. They're at least not opposed to the development. Lots 16 and 17, Mr. and Mrs. Drummond, they are opposed. Lots 18, 19, 20, Deborah Gail Robinson, I believe she was opposed, and still is. And then lots 21, 22, 23, and 24, owned by Charles C. Earls Revocable Trust. They are not opposed or in favor of this request.
Yeah, so I'm coming up with 15 now. That's more consistent. I think my next question, so hold on just a second. I think my next questions are maybe for Joel. This vote, this tally that we've heard about at previous meetings that we're hearing about right now, is this part of the approval process for zoning? I mean, is this
No, it was something the board had asked for us to do. I believe the statement was made something to the point of, if they knew that 50% or more of the Friendly Hills subdivision was not opposed to this, that they would feel much better about the request. So that was really the effort. And then, as Mr. Finkelmeyer pointed out, there was quite a debate about the numbers. Got into a lengthy conversation, and so appreciate the work by the applicant to do that title work to get the answer straight.
So we're in agreement then, it's 24 lots based
Yeah,
on this title report? Because I think the difference between 22 and 24 last time.
As staff represented all the way through the process up till now, we go off of Taney County's information.
Sure.
And I don't agree with it, but Taney County removes property lines from time to time.
Sure.
I don't know why. I don't know their logic behind that, but so we were going off of the graphic representation through their mapping software Beacon, and that's what we held consistent throughout the process. As I said, they went through the effort and did the title search, and they're 24. We've seen that information, and we wholeheartedly agree.
Okay. So either way, at least from the previous board wanting to see sort of where the owners stood on this, we still appear to have a majority of owners.
Yeah, and we broke it down.
And not in opposition to this, at least.
Right, and we broke it down 3 ways, by property owners, by number of properties, and then by land area. And in all 3 cases, it's over 50% that are not opposed.
So would it be fair to say then that asking for this vote or this sort of polling the owners, that's not a normal process?
No, it's very unique to this one. I mean, we obviously send out our advertisements, and we do the paper advertisement to let the public know this item will be coming before you all for consideration. But this is the first time in my 12 years that a neighborhood has been polled individually to know how they stand on an item.
And help me understand this too, because as we sit here today, this is already annexed in.
Correct.
In other words, this is city property.
Correct.
Friendly Hills is county property.
That's correct.
So this polling thing is already kind of unusual. Polling county property owners with respect to city property seems to be even more unusual.
Again, first time for me.
In other words, I guess where I'm kind of at on it at this moment in time is it's already in the city. I mean, that vote has occurred long before I was serving on this board. So
Correct.
The only question before me is tonight is what's in the best interest of the city. I think in some respects. Now, obviously, we're going to hear from the owners out there, and I want to hear what they have to say. But But I want to be crystal clear, at least in my mind, this is city property. We're not weighing in on that. We're just simply looking at the zoning on it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Let me give a little color on this topic. When this first came to the board, the question was, the city property adjoins the county property, and there's 2 lots that are within a subdivision that is asking to be annexed into the city. And that wasn't an issue because that happens all the time. A lot will want to be annexed in because they're going to build a house and they want sewer, for example. So after it was annexed, then they came back and wanted the HDR, the high density residential zoning, to extend the condominium project. So what we were looking at is there's a whole subdivision out there called Friendly Hills with, now we know there's 24 lots. Those we put ourselves in their shoes. We want to, it's not in the city limits, wanting to be a good neighbor. These people bought 3 5-acre lots, trees, lake, rabbits, groundhogs, deer. But that's what they bought into, was a peaceful, quiet, spread out subdivision. So they buy the lots, they have CC&Rs that say this is what you can and can't do, and then here comes the big city that says, I know that's what your plans are, and I know you've lived there for however long, but here comes the city, and we really don't care. You're not in the city, so we're going to just do what we think is best, which prompted why we went to Friendly Hills. And when this was up, there were many people, when I say many, more than a half a dozen, that were against this, and they were sharing with us what I just shared. And so that's why we took the position of, you know what, let's get a sense of the community. Let's not go in and ruin a community. If the community felt in favor of doing this, then we'll support that. But if the community just did not want this, even though the city has the power and authority, I think we're just looking at respecting our neighbors.
Sure, and that's why I wanted to clarify, even with 24 lots, it still seems like we have a majority that don't oppose this. You made a comment, and of course I'm not sitting up here wearing my attorney hat, I'm wearing my alderman hat, so I'm gonna ask this maybe of Mr. Finkenbinder and Mr. Liebig. Whether, if we vote tonight to zone this HDR, does that preclude the association from trying to enforce or from enforcing its covenants that may restrict or prohibit such use of that property? In other words, this is already annexed into the city. We potentially will vote tonight to change the zoning. Does that preclude the association from enforcing its covenants or its private document with respect to this development? And that's for Mr. Liebeck or Mr. Finkenbinder.
That's really a simple answer, absolutely not. Those private property rights can be enforced. That piece of property is, I'll use the term encumbered, but is encumbered by those codes, covenants, and restrictions that run with the land. So if there's an issue there, that can be litigated between the parties. City of Branson, our zoning is not affected in any way by that. And I'll yield to Mr. Finkenbinder.
I practice in this world. This is my world. I'm a real estate lawyer. This is what I do for a living. I practice all every day. And I completely 100% agree with Mr. Liebeck's opinion. And if you can get two lawyers to agree on one thing, then that's a miracle. So.
Can I just add one more thing, just to clarify something? Big topic has come up with regards to this subdivision. And just so it's clear, I think Mayor Milton hit the nail right on the head with this. Just because these property owners sit outside city limits doesn't mean that this board, encompassing the entire picture of whether to approve this zoning request, can consider their thoughts and their needs. Absolutely, the good neighbor concept is firmly embedded in our case law with regards to zoning requests, with regards to development requests. Classic example would be the toxic waste dump on the edge of city property. Absolutely, you can consider how that's going to affect property outside of city limits. So again, I just want to highlight that because Mayor Milton pointed that out, and it's an excellent observation.
Well, and I agree with that. I mean, I'm looking forward. I know we've got a few owners here to speak tonight, so I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys have to say. So that, my comment, I hope that didn't come across as I don't care what you have to say because you're in the county. I was trying to clarify because this polling thing seemed sort of just unique to me, having some experience with this process myself. This did seem sort of unique, kind of an interesting approach, knowing that the board, requested that to see, well, how do the owners feel about this? I think that certainly is helpful and gives us some context. So with that, I'll be quiet and let somebody else talk. Thank you.
Any other public speakers?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was going to ask the attorney just one quick question. Was all that I can wait. I got time.
No, go right ahead, sir.
The lots in question are the red ones, correct?
Correct.
And all the stuff that's over here in white, define that for us one more time?
All the stuff in white?
Yes.
That's Friendly Hills. Is that what you mean?
Yes, straight to the west.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All those lots in white are in the county, and those are the lots within Friendly Hills that we polled.
And I'm just trying to get this back in my mind. All the high-density residential surrounds this entire.
You're right.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
You're right. And as a matter of fact, you do bring up. I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. I got to see something up there. Thank you, Joel.
The other important thing is, so that map there shows you there what's all high density, but another thing to keep in mind is on, if you look directly above my finger, there's a line that goes up. That's the end of Friendly Hills subdivision. You'll see the Majestic down there. That's obviously high density. That's in the county, but that also abuts the subdivision on the other side. That's also high density, obviously. It's condominiums, very dense, much higher density than what we're proposing on the other side of the subdivision. So anyway, does that answer your question, Alderman?
Yeah, I was just trying to get a good concept of how well surrounded this facility was with high-density residential.
Yeah.
So you're saying that all that Friendly Hills is already HDR?
No.
Just the
No.
brown, just the brown here on the right.
The brown is within the city.
Right.
And that's all HDR. And then everything, well, the Majestic, right there, you see those condos, that would be, the county doesn't call it HDR, they call it something else, but it's zoned for what the city would define as high density because it's condominium stacked units.
Mayor?
Yes.
So I just want to point out for a big picture here, the big hump at the top of the brown, that parcel right above that is what we just approved for annexation.
Yes.
And Bet You Dozen Donuts is going to come in as HDR.
Yeah, I mean.
So that's just going to extend that footprint.
Yeah, there is no hiding the ball here. We're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. Everyone that's been out there knows exactly what's going on. They're building these units. I think they're a nice product. There's obviously great demand for it. That's the intent. Obviously, like Joel said, you can never be 100% certain, but that's the intent with this, is to build those cabin-like structures that are nightly rentals.
And last comment I'll make, I believe there was 2 people here that are opposed to what's before us tonight that are fully in support of that, what we just annexed.
It sounded like it from my understanding.
Okay.
That they didn't care about that, so.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Alderman Skanes apparently just reminded me it's time for us to take a break. Let's take a 8-minute break and be back at 10 after. Thank you. Now we'll call the meeting back to order and pick up where we left off. I apologize for the interruption.
That's no problem at all. My name is Liz Kirby. I'm at 189 Friendly Hills Drive. My husband and I own that property, and our property butts up that line of property to the two lots in question. I want to just start off, I'm going off script, you know, I wrote my little stuff out because you get nervous, you're standing up here. But based on what the attorney said, I would like, and something that you guys commented on about how, well, weren't we, our neighborhood, predominantly against this in the beginning, and then now it seems to have shifted, right? So I would offer an explanation to that, is the people who have switched their vote, which is certainly their right, are people who have lots in our neighborhood that have no homes on them, and probably another individual that has a home that wants to sell. Again, this is totally my opinion. I don't know the reasons behind that, but I would say he wasn't gonna sell and now he wants to sell. And I think because of all the condominiums that are there, it's loud. I know we're looking short-term. I know that will go away sometimes, but you know, I can't tell you how many times we've heard Marco Polo, like it's a lot, right, from the pools. But, so that is what I would offer as to why, when you're thinking, how come they were against and now how come they're for? I'm obviously against, okay? As some of you said earlier, my husband and I came, we found this beautiful neighborhood. We had all those animals that you were talking about, Mayor, and they are none to be seen, right? They're gone. And we looked for this kind of location, not a condominium community. Now, certainly we don't have any rights to that side of the mountain, you know, right? Like that is what it is. But I feel like we should be able to protect our measly 24 lots, right? Like that's what you just said, 24 lots. It's just a nice little community. We have a nice home on it that we enjoy, and so do some of my other neighbors. And I feel like it would be super helpful, and I appreciate your comments earlier, is that to protect us, right? Like, what do we have against these big developers? I mean, they're just coming in. I know they're doing their job. I know they are providing a service, right? But it feels just borderline greedy. Like, why can't you leave those two lots alone? Because your decision tonight is not just about HDR. It's the gate. Once you say yes, you're just opening the gate to our neighborhood. And then it's gonna be every person who's like, well, I'm getting out of here because look at all these condominiums. And I don't like all the noise and blah, 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 right? It's gonna be all of that. And they're just gonna leave. And then that whole hillside is just gonna be that, right? I think we need to protect the Ozarks, the view. When you're on the lake and you're doing all these things and you wanna bring in this tourism that you talked about, which is so fascinating to hear about. I loved hearing that. When you're on the lake, is that really what you wanna look at? You do need a tree every now and then in there, right? You want that landscape. And we're just asking for our little corner. Yes, we have the Majestic, and yes, we have the Lake Chateau area there that's already developed. I feel like you could help us to protect our neighborhood, because it's just the starting point. And I would say to your comment about how often they can come back, like, we work for a living, and I'm gonna have to go do work when I get home from here. It feels borderline harassment to me that we have to come back and fight and fight and fight. And when you guys have already said no, we just have, you know, this is what we have to spend our time. This is my neighbors, you know, we help them to get here and to transport them and make sure that their voices can be heard. And I just think it's super important that we're just asking for your help. And I want to look down because I've just kind of rambled. I apologize. Yeah, on the lots, and that, I think that was my main thing that I wanted to say about the changing of the decision. I think that's super important for you to just understand that it wasn't like everybody's like, oh, this is going to be fabulous. And from the comment that the other alderman made about the area on top, I would say I've never heard of that. When you were saying that, I wrote down that address, and I was like, that sounds like it's near, and you were bringing up our neighborhood, our Friendly Hills neighborhood, but we've not received notice on that, and if anybody can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I know that my husband and I have not, and I don't know if that's a distance issue there, but when you drive in our area, those condominiums are just everywhere. I mean, they're just buying up all that land. There's no homes there, so, okay, but there are homes where we are, and we'd like to leave it that way. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Go ahead. I just have two quick questions.
Sure.
How long have y'all lived there?
We've lived there since the end of 2016, and I just want to be honest, we have a home here, and we have a home in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We bring in a lot of tourism into this town, right? We have so many friends and so many people that love our home, and we share that with them. And we are people that are for the nightly rental. So I just want to be completely transparent about that. And what we're talking about is not against nightly rental, right? But our covenants state the type of nightly rental. We don't want just a bunch of little bitty homes and crammed on lots. So Sean Martinez will speak more intelligently to that, quite frankly, than I will. But, you know, we put that in our covenants, 3,900 square feet home, right? Like, though, and what does the outside look like? So, but we are here a lot, you know, with COVID, I work from home. We just come up here and I just work from here, just like I do from Tulsa.
So do y'all, that home there, do y'all rent that out?
We have not been renting it out in an official capacity. We don't have it on any website. I will tell you that we have word of mouth friends and family who have stayed, and some of them, my friend who is here tonight, her family stays there free of cost, and we just let them because they're considered the family plan, right? But we do have some people that are in our circle that have paid us to do that. But we are going through the process through the fire marshal and doing those things to get our official documents in place before we would put it on a website and offer it to anybody, right?
And one last question, and I don't know if you know the answer, but how many, maybe the attorney, how many of those 24 lots are empty?
That's a good
Like
question.
vacant lots out of the 24?
How many lots? Do you know, Sean? It's quite a few.
So there's,
Speaker on the phone, Deborah Johnson, she can answer that.
she's on the phone, we'll hear from her. I just think it's might be important to know if, you know, because some of these, you know, one guy owns 4 lots and he's getting 4 votes. You know what I mean? And that's fine, but you see what I'm saying? I mean, I just wonder how many homes
Yeah.
are actually on lots.
How many, what,
There's 6 homes out of the 24 lots? Okay.
That's why I'm asking kind of the inverse, because I'm counting 8, I think. We got one on the top right. Of course, I can't point, but I'm counting 8. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing 8.
How do you see that?
Based on the
8 physical homes, is that your question,
Yes,
or the
ma'am.
lots?
8. I think I'm counting 8 physical homes.
Is it 6? Mark says 6, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so of those, and I don't mean to cut you off, if you have more questions, jump in there. Of those,
yes,
what was the vote tally? Sorry.
That's where I was getting.
Yeah. Well, I'm one of those. I'm against. The Drummonds own one. They're against. The Martinez, against.
It
Deborah
looks like,
Johnson.
according to the map, it's
Yeah.
pretty even split.
I'm sorry, say that again.
What we got, is there any way to pull up this? I don't know what this is, or what to call this.
That's not bad.
I think we're the only people only own one lot. Most people own multiple.
It's the summary of it, thank you.
I do have a little pointer here if I can be of any assistance.
So lot 15 doesn't have a house?
Lot 15?
So that has a house. Lot 9 has a house. 4, 2, 1, 2, and 3, 5. I'm calling them lots, how they're numbered on here.
Right.
So 5, 6, 4, 2 and 3, 15, and then the 2 green, the 4 green, and 9. I mean, I'm counting like 7 or 8 homes. Am I just completely off base here?
Well, I think so, because, and I'm gonna be honest, guys, you're putting me on the spot here, right? Like, is, somebody tell me where my house is.
You're number 5, or number 6, I think, in the red.
Am I 6? Okay, that feels right to me. And these are the,
Okay, so that's 2 of them.
Right,
And then
so
number
here's-
9 has a house, up top, 9 red.
yeah, you can't, yeah, they have like 3 lots, but they have 1 house.
Counting 3. And then number 4 has, the 4 red has a house, correct?
Is that yours?
So that's
Gail?
4.
The Drummonds? Yeah, so this is not 2 houses,
So,
this is 1
I
house
understand.
owned by
So
the
we're up to
Drummonds.
4 houses now.
Okay,
And then green number 4 has a house, correct? That's, green number 4,
green number 4. Oh my gosh, why is there 2 numbers the same?
does that have a house?
No, these don't have.
Okay, so green number 2 has a house. Okay, so that's 5, and then green 15 has a house, correct? That's 6, if my count's correct. And then red 1, 2, and 3, that's Sean's, right? So we're at 7. Okay, so I'm counting 1, 2. I'm
7, we counted 7.
7. Thank you.
Don't make us count it again, please. This is the hardest
I
thing
am
we'll
really
do.
sorry. That was very meticulous. Of those 7, it appears that we've got 4 in opposition, 3 in support. Is that correct? Huh? Sorry. 4 not opposed, 3 opposed.
Well, because I don't want to interrupt, but I think that's the reason I brought that up. You have all these lots, but there's really only 6 or 7 decision makers, so each lot's getting, if you're going by,
Which is
majority
how the board would vote at their association meeting. It would be one vote per lot, correct? To my people on the association board.
Okay.
Here's my point. Ma'am, you said you don't live there full-time, correct?
No, but we are here a lot, but you're correct. I
But
do
you don't
not
live in that
here
house
full-
full-time.
No.
Can somebody, Sean or anybody else, of those 7 homes that we meticulously figured out,
Yeah.
how many of those are full-time residents? I know Sean is.
Sean is, the Drummonds are.
Drummonds are.
I think we're the only ones that aren't full-time, is that right, Mark? Okay.
The green lots 5 and 6 are builders, so that's an office, I believe, that they're using. And then, the red number 6, that the Kirby's here, that would be.
Oh, I'm hitting buttons.
We have 5 full-time.
So, all right. Clear as mud. I guess what I'm trying to figure out, of the people that are there full-time, how many were not opposed versus opposed? Can anybody, Joel, can somebody?
Well, I would like the question to be the people who are full-time and not opposed, right? What were they before they went, I'm getting out of here because this is madness?
Ma'am, were you ever not opposed?
No, I've always been opposed to them doing what they want to do on lots 1 and 2 in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker.
My name is Wayne Drummond. First off, I'd like to congratulate all of you, and for those who have listened to this same discussion at least 4 times. Sorry about that. But we are not the ones who keep bringing it up. We come here to defend our neighborhood, whether there are 5 or 50 homes. It is one of the rare places in Branson that has the quality. Hey, Joel, can we have the slide that showed, the one that showed Lionheart with the trees? all of these trees have been taken down. All of the trees on the second lot have been taken down. And you see the lighter line, which he has a poster.
There you go.
Lighter line right there. They took down all of these trees. They're now working on this section. But all we are concerned about is if this light does not begin to impact one of the rare wooded areas that Branson has to add to its beauty. Where's the gentleman who made all the wonderful things? We retired here with our Lakeview, and we looked for 3 years before we found this lot in this house. And nothing like this. That is our house right there. And this is Sean's. And this is a Kirby. Now, one thing, if you could keep us sliding for just a second. One thing that they have done, yes, they have planted a row of trees along here, but they have put the thing out right here to feed all of it. And there is a road as the hill that feeds all of that. So we are also concerned that right there is going to be a major entrance and exit. Now, to mention that they have virtually destroyed one of the nicest houses in this entire region. When we came here tonight, we counted 7 vehicles in their yard. And they've already started building extra houses there. Mr. Steens, when you guys adopted these 2 pieces of just a city, you pointed out that all of it has to come in as agriculture, according to city ordinance. So we are very concerned about the traffic, and especially in order to look over Kirby's house, they will have to go high-rise. And what this whole area does not need, these are enough high-density houses to satisfy any developer. He doesn't really need this piece of property on top of everything else that he has. So I'm sorry if I'm hard to understand. My mouth is very dry and I have had a stroke. So all I want to say is that I am very pleased that we found a piece of property that we have. And I'm very opposed to high-density residential on lot number 2. And like I say, they are doing a lot of things that we are seeing as built. I have yet to see a single plan. Joel, we met with you a long time ago and made sure you knew that we had not received a single notice. And you repeated it again tonight. Any property within 185 feet, well, these 2 lots are ours. Do you think that's 185 feet? I think it's more like 25. Anyway, thank you for listening to me. And I still
Thank you
am
for-
opposed.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go for it.
My name is Gail Drummond. I'm at 186 Friendly Hills. Am I too close? I've been very stressed about this, needless to say. You probably see me sitting there going, oh no, oh no. But before I talk about that, I want to tell you that you've just heard one of the most recognized architectural speakers nationally and internationally. And it's very difficult for him to not be understood. And I'm so thrilled that he's coming forth with that. And architecture and planning are his programs. Now he retired as Dean Emeritus from Nebraska, but he'd had other places and they brought him there and said, please help us, which he did. Okay, I had to say that. It has nothing to do with it. Little aside. I have a few notes here, and my first note is that we have received not one notice about anything, and as Wayne pointed out, we're across the street. That's our front yard that's adjacent to all of that. Greed just drives me crazy. For someone to have as many pieces of property as they have, I know you make money by, but when you have that much property and all you care about is destroying the 2 pieces of property in that neighborhood, it's very sad to me. Very sad. And to me, it's not Branson. I love it here. I was so excited about the speakers talking earlier. I like every show, especially yours. And I like, going to the museums and just everything about it. Just love it. And we did it all for years before we could talk Wayne into retiring and moving here. And so it breaks my heart to think we made the decision for this nice little community with its rules and regulations for building and changing and whatever. And then all of a sudden, somebody comes in and totally disregards. And I will point out to you that every time you have voted no, that nothing can happen, the first thing I see in the morning as I walk down my hall are 2 of the largest caterpillars you've ever seen moving all the dirt on that lot. Now look, folks, that's a whole big piece of property and nothing's being built there. Although I must say that Joel did show me that they have 5 addresses. The first day we met him, he gave us a picture of it. And they have 5 approved addresses on that lot, which they knew when they bought could only have 1 house, 3,900 square feet or bigger. Masonry, lots of rules, but that kept that little cluster that we treasure so much from going asunder. And I don't know. So what I can see as this has gone on now, has this the 3rd or 4th time? I can't remember. But the first thing in the morning, I'm telling you, on that second lot, the lower one, the lower lot, which is right out my hallway, now that the trees are all gone, there will be big pieces of equipment moving things. Not organizing anything then. There's a road there now. Totally off the scale, not supposed to be there. But there is a road there now. Of course, that could be gone tomorrow. And when the person, the landscaper who had his truck parked in my front yard, which they all do often, like they think that's junk, I guess, because I don't have a fence around it. And so I stopped when the truck was in my front yard and I said, what are we doing? We were going to the doctor because we come here in 2 years and we go to the doctors. That's about it. Okay, so anyway, the person who was there was going to plant this screen of trees. Now I knew that the screen of trees had to be there by today, but he told us that they had to be planted quickly. They had to be planted immediately. The trees were supposed to have been planted 15 feet apart, but dadgum, if the developer didn't want them 7 feet apart, so it'd make a nice little screen. Hope they don't all drop dead. It is a nice little screen. But he also said couldn't plant them as on down to the edge of the lot by the Kirby's because they had to have an exit there for all their property. On this little bitty neighborhood-owned country road that is disintegrating like gangbusters. Tiny, I mean, it looks big up there, but it's a tiny little road. I mean, even before, it was not easy to pass 2 cars on there. It's a little blacktop road. Okay, so we now have a little row of trees there, and I guess that's gonna make a nice picture tonight. Maybe y'all got a picture of it, you should have. I don't know why they bothered to plant them this week if they didn't want you to see them. Not opposed to the trees. Do not need 5 houses on 1 acre lot that was designed for one, and they knew that. They knew it. They had every bit of this. And to try to come in and act like we're too stupid to do anything about it just really is offensive. Well, I don't know. I did hear somebody said tonight that they did have to follow the covenants. Well, I haven't heard that before, that they had to follow our covenants. They have destroyed the McCooch house. Absolutely. Ripped out all of the landscaping, all of the trees around it, big holes in the yard with water, full of trailers. There are, sometimes you can't even get out of the neighborhood with the number of cars. And I wondered about that too. We're in the county, but don't people have to park on the right side of the correct, which is the right side in this country, of the road? I mean, can we all just run around here parking on the other side of the road going the wrong way? See, I'm new enough here that I don't know the answer to that. But there are at least 7, sometimes a dozen. And when our home health people come, they come in and they say, what's happened here? Because we've been going through this for 2 years with home health. And so it breaks my heart. And we had a lot of options of places to go. We love the strip and the shows and everything that Branson has to offer. We absolutely love, and being able to look at the lake and have a little peace and calm after we've done 3 shows. Well, we don't do 3 shows a day anymore. That's when we were younger. When we used to have all those breakfast shows in town. Maybe you all aren't old enough. But we used to go to all those breakfast shows too. Okay, anyway, I have notes here that don't make any sense. Please think about the little tiny pockets, our pocket, others, there've got to be others. We have so much high density that you don't have to tear up the little tiny precious neighborhoods to do it. And if you've made jillions of dollars on two big strips of property there, you don't have to go over and say, I'm gonna nibble on yours. You just don't have to do that. And the people I've met in Branson, the ones who belong here, who've been here, and I think this person does not live here. I could be wrong about that, but if he does, I'm really saddened to hear it. Anyway, the people in Branson don't act like that. This is a friendly, lovely neighborhood. We too bring in a lot of people. Not only do we bring in the people into our house, but we kept the timeshares that got us interested in coming years ago, and we use that for guest house. So any of our relatives want to go, we just sign them up and do that. And so we bring a lot of people in who want to see every show and everything, and they come back because they can't see them all at once. Okay, so much for that. I'm sorry, I'm off my wheels, but help us if you can. Because that's not those possible 5 houses on that piece of property. That's not going to make a bit of difference in the pocket of the person who's doing it. It's not going to make a bit of difference in Branson. We are just on a roll. I was thrilled to hear that earlier tonight. And yet it's going to break a few hearts. So I'm counting on you. I hope you see where I'm coming from. And I'm, an architect. I know about building and designing and doing. I understand that. Don't know how to talk about it, but I understand it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Roman. Next speaker.
May I request that we have Deborah Johnson, who's on the phone? I think she was hoping to speak.
Okay, can we do that?
Yes, we can. One moment.
Thank you, Chad.
Hello?
Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I sure can.
Okay, the board can hear you. You can begin, Ms. Johnston.
All right. Hello, this is Deborah Johnson, 104 Linhart Lane in Branson, Missouri. I own the 3 lots in Friendly Hill subdivision and have called it home since 1999. Thank you for giving us this opportunity once again to voice our concerns. If you all can look at the staff report, Exhibit 5, I own the section they are referencing in red as number 6 and number 7 on the north side of Linhart Lane, which is across the street from the 2 lots we're discussing tonight. And I'd also like for you to take note that I'm just to the west of the property that was recently annexed into the city as well. I have lived in Branson most of my life and chose to build my home in Friendly Hills subdivision because it was a planned single-family residential community that was created in 1981, and of course, because of its natural beauty. I was fully aware the property adjacent to mine that is outside of Friendly Hills would develop over time. I have no objection to those projects, but I do object to a developer purchasing a home and a vacant lot inside my neighborhood, assuming they can expand their project, which is not single-family residential. Just because they are developing land adjacent to Friendly Hills shouldn't equate to lots within Friendly Hills becoming high-density residential. To outsiders, our subdivision looks like a dream come true of undeveloped land with breathtaking views of the Ozark Mountains and Table Rock Lake. But what you're actually seeing is a planned residential community that had the foresight to preserve the natural beauty on Table Rock Lake. Simply look at the staff exhibit number 1, and you'll see the wooded land prior to this project. Which will be to the right of the 2 red lots in question. Now, if you compare that to the current landscape that's been completely cleared, including the 2 lots inside Friendly Hills. After living here over 20 years, I've observed visitors daily stopping to take family photos to share with their friends and family when they return home. Can you even imagine what those views are going to look like now when they come into our community and see all the trees completely cleared? I understand that a couple of the residents of Friendly Hills have decided to relocate and have seen this as a good opportunity to sell their homes and lots. I understand they want to seize upon this opportunity, but please keep in mind that Friendly Hills is a single residential development plan community. A couple of notes. I know Mr. Finkelmeyer stated earlier that the decision was made by the Friendly Hills homeowners to approve nightly rentals unanimously, and that is not true. I never approved that. I never signed off on that. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. And also, as Mrs. Drummond noted, homes on that particular declaration that was recently passed without my signature, mind you, the nightly rental was for homes on 1 acre lots, one individual home, not multiple. So I just wanted that clarification as well. And once again, I'm not against progress or development, but that doesn't mean that myself, the residents of Branson and Taney counties should pay the price. If they are allowed to change to high-density residential zoning, that only opens the door for more development in Friendly Hills that contradicts the very nature of our single-family residential neighborhood. Once again, I understand that as you're driving into our community, you'll be passing by high-density residential, coming into a neighborhood, and then potentially driving on down to another high-density area where the condos are. But I've lived here most of my life. That is not uncommon to have commercial and tourist-related developments adjacent to neighborhoods. But that doesn't mean that because a vacant lot is open or there's an opportunity to buy a house that happens to be adjacent to that development, that that entire neighborhood should be impacted by that decision or by the city approving that particular change in zoning. This is something that can't be reversed, and I just hope that you all will respect us as residents, and not only residents of Taney County, but obviously productive residents of the Branson area that do contribute, and vote no against this.
Thank you,
Anything
Deborah.
else? Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Any other speakers?
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. Sean Martinez, I live at 271 Lenhart Drive. Did everybody bring their popcorn? I wanted to pass this. Well, I appreciate Mr. Finkenbinder being a good neighbor. I like that, and we've heard that several times. That's when things like this come before us, situations such as Deborah just mentioned, about her being in the lots that are adjacent to the land that was just annexed. We don't oppose those. We haven't opposed them. We have been friendly. And pun intended, because we don't mind if the developer has their building their lots. But the question is our lots. And that's what we're here tonight for, is, yes, I am a trustee and I am the president of our POA here. Yes, and as Mr. Finkenbinder mentioned, we have won twice. Against the Board of Aldermen has sided with us. The first time on October 27th, it was 6-1. And then again on March 9th, we had 4-2. And as we've gone down this journey, there is different change of hearts, as we've seen and we've heard. And there's reasons for that. We'll address some as we go down the road here. And I've mentioned this before, but I believe this is a waste of time, of city time. I feel like I apologize when I get before you, the board, because I feel like this is like a child. I have a 2.5-year-old. I also have one graduating out of college this weekend. And when my 2-year-old doesn't like my answer, guess where she goes? Mom. She goes, Mom. She goes, big sis. And that's what I feel like this has been since we have been here since October 27th. And again, we were supposed to come before the board in December, about the 12th or so. And I had contacted Joel here and said, what's going on? And I was hearing, well, there's a new deal. I said, well, what's the deal? I'm supposed to, I'm the point of contact for our POA, whether through our lawyer, whether through whatever it may be. And so I'm hearing that the developer has a deal. Really? I haven't heard of it. Been in contact with Joel here. Well, they decided not to go forward with it because there was no deal. I know Mr. Finkenbeiner had mentioned there has been some deals. Well, there's never been a deal. And I am the point of contact for our lawyer. So if there was a deal, I would have loved to have had it in my hands. Wonderful, but I need to get it to our lawyer so we can bring it to us. So as for the record, we have never had a deal here. And I want to make sure that that's very clear. I've never had anything come through my hands, and I have yet to see that. I don't know if that will come through, but we will be hopeful on that. I do want to make a recommendation to the board, and I appreciate you, Mayor Milton, for looking at a code item for the time of when an issue is denied. I would really love to see that, where there is a limitation before they can bring that before the board. Because I feel like, again, this is a waste of time. I'm so sorry for everybody here. Again, third time, if not possibly the fourth. There is no new angle for this deal. I've asked. It may be new, as we've heard from Joel, as far as paying fees, but there is no new angle. Everything we see up here is exactly the same that we've been up here time and time again. To answer you had a question earlier, and I so greatly appreciate that, Alderman Fenton, about the property owners themselves. We do have 7 homes. Thank you for helping us determine that.
Still not sure if I'm clear on that.
I will tell you, there is 3 homeowners that are for this zoning redo, and that would be on, if I did pass out a map, and we have been using what the PNC has been representing, an unofficial map as far as what my legal documentation and the legal documentation that has been recorded legally. So I decided to bring our own map and out of our documentation, and I highlighted it myself for your amusement. Thank you for how it looks so nice. But I wanted to point out this. In lots 18, 19, and 20, as we've heard from Deborah Johnson, she strongly opposes. As we've seen from, and then we're only going to look at lots that have homes on them, as we know that there's 7. We've heard from the Drummonds right here, lots 16 and 17, opposed. We've heard, you're hearing from me directly right now, and that is 11, 12, and 13 opposed. We've heard from the Kirbys here, so thank you so much. Lot number 3 opposed. That's 4 opposes with homes that live there. The ones that would be for it, as you see I've highlighted in yellow, 1 and 2, they are for it. Then we have lots 14 and 15, that is Mark Riss, they are for it. And then we also have lots 21, 22, 23, 24, those are the Earls, they are for it. And we do have their consents, the actual consents from the builder himself. So that we do have 4 that are opposed and against 3 that are non-opposed. Thank you, Alderman Fenton, for clarifying that. So thank you, Mr. Finkenbeiner, for mentioning the builder. And there's 3 of you. Thank you so much for taking this, public surface. This is not easy, and especially coming into some of these older issues, such as ours, that I wanted to just give a short recap. The builder has never reached out to us, and as Mr. Finkenbeiner had made light to that, that is exactly correct. They, they've disregarded our covenants. That is correct. Our covenants, the lawsuit, as Mr. Finkenbeiner stated, it is not in line with our covenants. It is actually the opposite of that. They want to put 4, 5, 10, 20 units on one lot, 1 acre lots. Well, we don't allow that. We've never allowed that. So right there is one example. And according to their paperwork right here, their own documentation, if you look at this particular picture that they have presented, this was done prior to the annexation. This lot has, some of us have already brought to light. Look at all the wonderful trees that were there. We have mentioned this time and time again. Mr. Tim Davis has also brought very great light on this issue right here. It has been an issue, and you can see that. And what I've maybe figured out is they disturb the land before it's annexed, so they don't have to pay for the trees. I guess that's the way it works. I'm not 100%. I'm not the lawyer, nor am I work in the P&Z. So that's just my assumption. Today I was asked a question. What's so special about this lot? And we're going to be referring to, there's actually two. The home sits on 121 Lenhart up on the top, upper, and then the vacant lot is the one in question. So what's so special about that lot? Maybe in other subdivisions, if you put a nice little buffer zone, that's wonderful, but that's not the case for Friendly Hills. First of all, we have not opposed the other annexations because it's not our land, which I've already previously stated that. But what is the reason for that is because this lot that we're dealing with tonight, 121 Lenhart, is the very existence of Friendly Hills subdivision, which means that you allow this to be rezoned high-density residential. This is not going to stop. This is going to go to the other lots that have more acreage that are looking to sell. There is a few that are looking to sell. And yes, this is the existence for Friendly Hills subdivision. That's why we're so passionate tonight, and all of us are. What I want to show is, according to their exhibit on, I believe it's Exhibit 1, on what is, they have the consent forms. I may be mistaken. I have a visual that you can see from standing from here in front of you. We have consent forms from 3 people. We have Permy, which Mr. Fingerbeiner made light of that, and I will use my map here. There are 7, 8, 9, and 10. Mr. Permy is his consent form. Then we have the Earls, and they are lots 21, 22, 23, and 24. I've highlighted those in green. And then we also have Mark Riss, which he's there in the center, lots 14 and 15. What I've heard is, now these are 3 consent forms, as I've said. Now, the confusion that I've heard since day one is Tim Davis's letter that was presented to the city. If you look at this visually and you look at the consent form, there's a difference. If you look at all 3 of these consent forms, they are identical, except for the name, the signature of the lots. But Tim Davis's is not. Why can't they get Tim Davis to sign one of their consent forms? Why must his letter, because of reasons that I'm uneducated to speak on or guess on, they could use this to side with theirs? That should not be. If that could be, then why don't they get him to sign one of theirs? I ask that. Tim is not for the consent of here, according to his letter. And I boldly state that. So, with looking back at our diagram here of our 24 lots, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Finkenbinder, it is true. We have 12 lots that are for the rezoning tonight, and 12 lots that are not. We have 7 homes, 4 that are against, and 3 that are for. As I've stated to the board in our previous meetings, including to some of our homeowners do not, we've had a change of heart. And I'll address that for the reason why. Is because, you have, just like the Board of Aldermen, you have, if you have a tie, Mr. Mayor Milton is going to break that tie. Well, we have 12 and 12. Our covenants is what breaks our tie. It gives us right, it gives us ability to stand and litigate for our subdivision. Because according to our covenants, it takes 3/4. It takes 18 lots for us to make an amendment or a dissolve. And if our community wanted to dissolve that, I would be okay with that. But we don't. We clearly do not. Let me look at these consent forms also. I'm going to refer to them again. We have 3 of them, and then we have Tim Davis's letter. This one here is by David Perman. He is developing property elsewhere, similar to what we see the current developer doing right now. We have the Earls. They have 23 plus acres for sale. I call for the record. We also have Mark Riss. His home is for sale. And we have supposedly Tim Davis. His land is not for sale. There is a bias, yes. There is a change of heart because of the unique opportunity at this time right now. And I will mention also, these lot owners here have lived in Friendly Hills way longer than I, all of them. I'm the new kid on the block. As our owners have stated, they love Friendly Hills. And so do I. It's amazing. It is amazing. My property actually sits low and it goes uphill. And you know why that's such a blessing? Because I have a 2.5-year-old and she can't get out, at least not yet. Unique community. We're the last community closest to the lake. Wow, it's so amazing. We're sandwiched in by high density, and yet we're amazing in that. All the other communities are further. They have a view, but a much further view. What if, Alderman, Board of Aldermen, Mayor, what if you lived in Friendly Hills? What if you invested what all of us have invested? It's not it's a planned community, as Deborah Johnson mentioned. It's not for the faint of heart. I didn't plan on living there. It was a God discovery for me. What if you lived there? What if you invested what you have and you were in our place? What would that look like for you? Would you be happy about it? The developer doesn't live in there. The decisions you make this night and the final reading, he doesn't have to live with it, nor does Mr. Finkenbinder. And Board of Aldermen, you don't either, but we will. Yeah, we believe that the city should protect this last standing, and it really is, last standing, Taney County. My daughter, 16 years old, wanted so bad to go to Branson schools. We looked everywhere for homes. So I tell you, I looked for 5 years, from 2015 to 2019. She was not prepared to go to some of the other schools. She just had friends. Okay. But we're Taney County. We're Branson schools. We're Lakeview, luxury, small community. And so we believe that it is of the interest of the city of Branson, to protect not only Friendly Hill subdivision, but the wishes of the people. And also, you have handouts from called the Branson Community Plan 2030 that I believe I heard reference to this evening. It's not the whole plan, but I'm only going to reference just a couple of things in this. On the first page there, it says approved by Planning and Zoning Commission, March 6, 2012. Approved by Board of Aldermen, March 27, 2012. It gives you even the resolution number. I believe at least $180,000 city dollars paid for this, at least. On page 2 there, if you'll reference there, it says protection of natural beauty. According to the Branson Community Plan 2030, Branson's interest is to protect natural beauty. And I will tell you, Friendly Hills is very natural in its beauty. And here on the other side, on the bottom point, it says strengthening our neighborhoods. So far, we've been in these litigations here. This is the officially third time. And I so thank you for everyone's support, everyone. Not everyone has supported us. But I thank you for your opinion anyways, despite the difference. Respect your opinions of difference. But I have not seen strengthening our neighborhoods. If we go to the next page, and the next page, fourth from the bottom in this little scale here, in this diagram here, or this, what would you call that? It says single family. And if you just draw your hand straight across, in 2090, it says 18%. And if you go all the way to the end in 2010, it says 9%. There's a decrease, and it's quite significant. Right here, it says residential. Around the first line, it says the city has very little residential zone land. And according to what's going on here tonight, there may be less of it. Next page. This here shows a nice picture, diagram here. It says high visible hillsides. We're right down in here. We're very high visible. In fact, my home is on some of the pictures for the Branson Bell at Silver Dollar City, because it's so, now you wouldn't know it, but I figured it out the other day, because that's how visible our hillsides are. The last page, it says the sensitivity lands. And we're down here on the bottom left. Our hillsides are so steep, yes, we are in danger of erosion, and quite a bit of it. And as you can see from here, all those trees are gone, building those houses. And I've seen them go up, they're wooden structures. They're not custom as far as taking to the next level of quality being built. So maybe if they were such as a brick home. They might slide down the hill, I don't know. They look decent for that area, but not for Friendly Hills. Alderman, Board of Aldermen, Mayor, I greatly so appreciate this opportunity to be before you guys tonight. If you approve this, and it makes it to its final reading and it gets approved, this damage is irreversible. I don't believe, according to the 2030 plan, that it's in Branson's best interest. They're the ones who spent the money on that. I didn't. They spent quite a bit of time on that as well. I most respectfully ask the Board of Aldermen not to pass this high-density zoning change for Bill number 5982. Thank you. Or if you have any questions.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a couple of questions? Is that okay?
Did you go first?
Yeah. Hey, Sean.
Did he go first?
I have questions, but you can go.
I just have two questions. Earlier, you were talking about the consent forms and that 3 of the consent forms appeared, and I read them this morning and noticed the same thing. That it looked like a template maybe, and then Mr. Davis's was different. And you were trying to make a point. I'm just, can you go over that point, what the point was in that?
Yes, without a doubt. And thank you for reminding me. I did get off point on that. There,
Or why you think that is like that?
Well, I don't have the opportunity to speak on that on behalf of Mr. Davis. He is a lawyer. And so he, for answers that he has to give or will give, has stated this letter in the way he has for reasons, maybe work that he's done in the past. You'll have to ask him on that. But the point of me making reference to that is that we don't have 15 to 9, is what Mr. Fingerbeiner was saying. 15 lots that are for them. At the most, we have 12. And that's the point I was making on that.
Okay. And the other question I had earlier, you had mentioned to Mr. Finkenbinder that we never had a deal, and he said, yeah, we had it. What do you mean by, what was that reference to? Was that a monetary deal, or I didn't? Either one. He said we never had a deal, and you said, yeah, we had in writing or something. I just wondered.
Mr. Finkenbinder, if you don't mind, I'll let you answer that as well. At one point in our meetings, I believe it may have been Alderman C. had mentioned that there was a deal going on. I didn't know about it. Still don't know about it. Have never had anything come to me, especially if I'm the one, the point of reference, signing, my signature goes on things. If Mr. C had information to that, I don't know where that came from. But there has been no information come to me to this point. Mr. Fingerbinder.
What I said earlier was no deal. What would happen was there was original comments made in the very first meeting, I think, an allegation that we had not been the friendly neighbor and reached out to the association. We had done that. I agree with Sean. There's been no settlement agreement or some sort of striking a deal. Rather, we had reached out to the association's lawyer, Mr. Platter, in Springfield, and made overtures to try and resolve any conflict that they may have had. There was consideration offered, a substantial portion, to try and also requests to appease any concerns that Sean or others might have. Our requests were completely ignored. That was my point. Yes, no contract was signed.
Okay.
But does that clarify?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Carl, in that document that you gave to their council,
Yes.
that basically was the deal, like the tree barrier, and there was,
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that was something different. So to clarify on that, so there's two things going on. One, we tried to reach out to the association initially as a good neighbor, trying to figure out where they stood, made those overtures. When that was ignored, when we did not receive any response whatsoever, and we knew that the council at the time wanted, this to see if a majority of the lot owners approved this, we started reaching out on an owner basis. I mean, we started knocking on doors and reaching out to particular people and seeing, what their level of support would be, even with some people here tonight who are opposed. I believe it's the Lot 3. My client has done things for them, has brought in sewer lines to their lot, even though they hate my client and want them to go take a hike. My client has done things for them on their behalf and at their request so that they can have nightly rental. They won't tell you that. We've done that for them, and yet they're still here opposed. So we have tried to do things that cost my client money to try, and not that that's a bad thing. My only point in bringing that up, and they have every right to oppose it. My only point in bringing that up is my client's not motivated by greed. I mean, yes, there's a money aspect of it, but he was trying to do the right thing and go to each of these people and resolve it. And if they hate my client and don't want him to build, that's certainly their prerogative. But for them to say that my client's just this greedy guy who hasn't, reached out or trying to do all that, I think that's an incorrect narrative. That's all.
Alderman Fenton?
Thank you. Sean, I'm going to, and I've known you for several years now, and I like you, so I'm going to ask you a couple of tough questions, and I hope you know I'm coming at this in the most respectful way. I keep going back to the fact that this property is already annexed into the city, and we're in agreement on that, right?
We are.
And as it currently stands, it's annexed and it's zoned agricultural, correct?
Correct.
And your covenants, that wouldn't be permissive either, would it?
For it to be zoned annexed into the city, is that what you're asking?
My point is, as it's zoned right now that it's annexed, it's zoned agricultural, your covenants that's not a permissive zoning use within your covenants, correct? Agricultural.
I don't believe that our covenants references that. What our covenants references is
Single-family residence.
Single-family
So not
residence on
agricultural.
1 acre, and that's where we're at with limited amount of, you cannot go below 3,900 square feet and such and
I'm
such.
sorry, Joel, would you clarify that? My understanding was when we annex a property into the city as agricultural, it is for one single-family home per lot?
So every zoning district within the city has a list of uses that are allowed within that district. A single-family home is one of multiple uses that would be allowed under agricultural zoning.
Yeah,
But in other words, other stuff would be allowed as well. That's not permissive under the covenant.
It's one of many uses that would be
Here's
allowed.
my point. As it's zoned right now, it's not permissive under the covenants. And the association, as you've pointed out, has been battling this since October, correct? What steps has the association taken to prevent trees being taken down, to prevent dirt being moved, to prevent what's happening? Because here's the thing, here's what I go back to. 2 weeks ago, I was sitting up here, you were here, and I was being asked to weigh in on a mask mandate, right?
Correct.
And it was my opinion, and it's still my opinion, it wasn't the city's job to keep that mask mandate in place to protect businesses. That's their job. That same line of thinking is what I'm struggling with right now, because I don't believe it's the city's prerogative to protect or enforce the covenants of the association. That's the association's responsibility. In other words, regardless of how we zone this, if we zone it as a circus district, if that's not permissive in the covenants, that's the association's job to seek legal recourse.
Correct.
Up until this point, and it sounds like maybe recently there's been litigation filed, but up until this point, and through the various hearings that you've attended and argued against this, Am I correct in saying and stating that the association has taken no legal recourse to stop what's occurred up to this point until recently?
Great question. Okay, so there's not very many lot owners, as you know. And when the developers started developing and started knocking down their trees, we didn't oppose that. Burnt for weeks, ash in our backyards. We didn't oppose that. When this came to us was in the beginning of October, so 2 weeks prior to the 27th. That was the first reading, that they wanted to, we talked about annexation. But again, I think, Mayor, you had brought out tonight, or someone, maybe Alderman Fenton, about when something is annexed in, it's not a package deal. You get one thing, and then whatever happens. Well, that's what happened to us. We weren't accustomed to this litigation on the first, and we won. We weren't looking at litigating. We were not doing that.
I understand all that. I guess and I told you this is a tough position that I find myself in, because I like you, Sean, and I mean that. Regardless of that, the developer, in your own words, and as we've talked about this property here that's been cleared out, and all this stuff, and these lots that have been cleared out, and stuff moved, and all the, everything we've heard mentioned a couple of times tonight. Up to this point, there are legal remedies, there's legal recourse to stop those kind of things from happening. You mentioned, and I wrote it down, and I wrote it in quotations because it's such a powerful word, and it actually has pretty significant legal meaning. You said irreversible damage. All I'm suggesting is, and I think it's important as we consider this, if that was truly the case, if it was irreversible damage, there was remedies, legal remedies, that the association could have sought to enforce its covenants. And the part that I'm struggling with, and I'm being honest with you, is I don't believe that's the city's job to do that. What I'm faced with is, we've got property that was annexed. I wasn't part of that vote. I'm dealt. I'm playing the hand I've been dealt, right? The property's been annexed, and the question I'm about to ask Joel is, because we went through this 2 weeks ago, is the best. So when you presented the Dan Ruda property to us 2 weeks ago, you had the slide, and we actually looked at it earlier, cost versus benefit. If we rezone this HDR, does the city, and this is going to sound bad, I don't take it that way, does the city generate more revenue based on that rezoning if it's rezoned HDR?
Yes.
And I remember Alderman Cooper 2 weeks ago, he made the comment, and I tend to agree with this, well, if it means more money for the city, it seems kind of like a no-brainer. So this is what I'm struggling with. That doesn't preclude the association, and I'm looking to all my friends here from the association, that doesn't mean what we're doing precludes you from enforcing those covenants. You still have those rights. You still have that legal remedy. I think, in my opinion at least, we have to evaluate this from the perspective of, it's already annexed. It's agricultural right now. I tend to think that's not the best use of this property, the most beneficial use of this property for the city. So at the end of the day, what's the best use for this property? And the one being presented to us is HDR. I'm just telling you how and you and I talked today. And I told you that then. That's how I'm sort of evaluating this and analyzing this. Tonight's a first reading. Nothing's final tonight, but that's how I'm evaluating this. What's in the best interest of the city based on the hand that's been dealt to us as we sit here tonight? And I think I'm hearing that HDR will generate, or has a potential to have, more revenue for the city. And I think as aldermen, we have to be mindful of that fact. The only other thing I want to clarify, on your map you presented to us, you're saying 12 and 12. The letter from Tim says he's not opposed. I guess maybe I'm looking at that like 12 versus 9.
And that is correct, and I would highly.
I don't think he's supporting it, but he's also saying he doesn't oppose it. Correct? So maybe we should view that as 12 versus 9 and just say let's don't count his vote. So we have
I would
12 in the,
also-
go ahead, sorry.
Excuse me. I would also propose to not, because it's so biased, discount the builder's lots as well.
Sure, and I actually don't disagree with that. Then we have a situation where we're at, what, 11 to 9? 11 to 9, I think.
Okay.
I'm
And
not-
what about the
I'm not real
actual
good at math, but I think it'd be 11
homeowners?
to 9.
What about the actual homeowners, as you had brought up that?
Sure. No,
I really, because we're the ones that have to live with that,
Yeah,
not anyone else.
I understand. And I understand, and I think that's what I'm balancing here is I'm sympathetic. I understand the homeowner's position, but anything that we as a board do doesn't change the fact that your covenants still say what they say and you have legal remedies. We are not making a decision with respect to that. That's my only point, is we are not making a decision, a binding decision on the association that says, if we zone it this way, this is the end-all, be-all decision, and you have no recourse over in Forsyth. So that's that's my only comment, so.
We agree. You are not deciding based on our covenants. We've said that since the beginning, and we are well aware of that. And thank you, I appreciate it that Alderman Fenton about bringing that up. But yes, you are not basing your decision off our covenants. That is our legal recourse, and we have taken action. But what we are looking at is what is right. Is it always about the dollar? Is it all, where do the people come into play? Where does the community, where does the neighborhood come into play? That's why we come before you to plead our case before you. Irreversible because, they do issue the building permits, right? They start building like crazy, just like they've, done the trees in the land. Okay, now you have buildings on. And let's say, we don't get our injunction on time. Okay. Where does that all go? So that's why it's irreversible. Do I believe that the developer will go do that tomorrow? Without a doubt, I believe that. In fact, I was told this meeting that the developer was supposed to speak this evening. I heard that the developer was supposed to speak himself personally. And I have yet to hear him speak. But I was told that by several in the P&Z. And so I'm very disappointed that we didn't get to hear from him tonight.
Thank you, Sean. Mayor?
Yes.
So, Joel, if you'd step over there. Before we get too far down the road of where Cody was going about, it's brought in as agricultural. So, and I think we just are amending where agricultural can have nightly rentals.
It's already,
Yeah, we've already done it.
Yeah. You can have nightly rentals.
So their 3,900 square feet, I think, is the smallest thing you can build up there. So you can build a single-family home on agricultural. So realistically, it may take some engineering, but they could build a 12,000 square foot single-family home, 16 bedrooms, 16 bathrooms, and put it in the rental pool. Is that correct?
If it's a single-family home and nightly rental, it's allowable under the agricultural zoning in the city.
Right. So, the way I've seen it from, and let me ask you this. I think the foundations are there, aren't they?
Yes, they've put footings in, correct.
Right, and I think it's 4, not 5.
I don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah, because I thought we were working on 4. I know originally it was 5, but I think we're down to 4. So, you're talking about irreversible. I mean, we can all agree that the trees aren't coming back. And like I think Cody was going at, where was the pushback when they were doing this while it was still in the county? I don't know if anybody went to the county or raised issues with the way things were going down. And then once it was annexed, it all came in as agricultural, right? The one where there's 36 units already built there.
Correct.
Did we notify people about the zoning request?
Yeah,
for
we
HDR?
always zone, or, I'm sorry, we always notify per state statute requirements upon annexation and zoning requests.
Right. So the trees aren't coming back, the foundations are there, and my contention has always been, you can sit there and look at basically an unfinished construction zone. You could sit there and look at a 3 to 4 story, huge, single-family residence, or they could complete that project with those 4. It blends in right with what's already there, and you basically move on. So those are my comments.
Joel, for clarity, when we have a zoning change like this and we notify the surrounding property owners,
Yep.
we just notify them whether in the city or county?
That's correct.
Because I've heard from several property owners that they
Yeah,
didn't get
so
notified.
I pulled up Citizen Serve, and we keep all our records that we utilize during any process. And for tonight's request, we sent out 6 neighbor notices, of which the Drummonds were included, but Can I finish, please? I can't finish?
Yes, we'll let him finish. Hold on, we'll let him finish.
We utilize the county's information, so that was sent to their address at 1013 Boswell Avenue in Crete, Nebraska. Because we utilize the county's information, that's all we have to go on. So that is the address they've filed with the county for that ownership of that property. And so that's what we utilize, that's our consistent process.
So the Drummond, according to the Taney County, the mailing address. Okay. We'll have to clarify that. Thank you, Joel. I mean, I know you did what the record said, right?
We followed our consistent process.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, you made it sound much better than I did. We have another speaker.
I know it's late. I appreciate you hearing me. My name is Cindy Permy, and the lots we own in Friendly Hills are lots 7, 8, 9, and 10. And although I'm not the developer in question, we are a developer. And I know developers are never popular when you're trying to develop because it always ends up, nobody wants to develop out in the middle of nowhere. They want to develop where people are going to want to come and buy. So I totally understand the impassioned pleas of protecting your homes. I totally understand that. If I had my ruthers, I would live out in the middle of 100 acres, right in the middle with trees and no neighbors. I get it. That being said, you know, just sitting here listening and knowing what I know about the project, I've known the developer in question that is developing out in that area for many years. He's our competition, and I still speak very highly of him. You know, I think one of the things that I noticed when I was reviewing the Linhart area, and my father used to live on Linhart, and the Majestic, I think, is that huge development down at the end. You have to go all the way through that neighborhood to get down to the Majestic. Tons and tons and tons of traffic. It's constant. So that's already there. I know that 171 Linhart Lane is for sale, I think for $1.1 million. And it's also advertised as a single-family residence, VRBO approved with vacation rental special use permit issued by the county. I think that, I don't know if the HOA allows people, did you guys have to vote on that? That's just my question. You did have to vote on it. I think that once you allow an HOA to become nightly rental in any form, you kind of, as you said earlier, open the gate to people wanting to come in and do the same, which that would be the developers. They look for things like that. People come in and buy these lots around the lake, like us, like many, many other people have that haven't built a home there, thinking that like all around Branson, you see neighborhood residential areas and you see condos. It's like that all around the lake, everywhere you want to look. And, you know, whether that's good or bad, it is what it is. You know, as far as the road, you said that it was a very small road there that you guys have to access. You could also ask the developer to widen the road and make it safer. It's been my experience that when you do go in and cut down trees as a developer, you have to. We always try to leave as many trees as we can. You do have to go back and replant trees. You can't just clear them all off and leave the land bare like that. That's really all I had to say, other than with our 4 lots that we do approve the rezoning for the HDR approval. And thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your consideration.
Cindy, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Marshall Howden, 106 Rose O'Neill. I apologize, I know it's getting late. If I didn't have anything to add, I wouldn't be up here speaking. I'm extremely passionate about this issue. I first became, quite frankly, I voted on it on planning and zoning. And we didn't have these passionate people come to speak to us when I voted on it. I wouldn't have voted yes had I heard what they had to say. When I saw that you guys had voted 6-0 to deny this the first time, I was thrilled. You know, we've had, 2 years ago, we had a 3-3 split. A year ago, we had a 1-5 split. We all know the history of it. But to come together and as a board say no, it was something that was so impactful, because what I'm passionate about is protecting our neighborhoods. You mentioned it. It says it right there in Community Plan 2030. If Sean takes out his photo ID right now, I bet it says Branson on his address. So I consider that one of our neighborhoods, even though it's not in city limits. I consider that, speaking to what Alderman Fenton had said, I consider that the reason why, not just maybe the small amount of increased taxation we might get from that, but really truly protecting our neighborhoods. We just went through a whole, doesn't it sound familiar? Cutting down the trees and then annex it into the city. We've been through this before. So when I heard that it was a 6-0 vote, and I was so excited, and I was so proud of all the aldermen that made that vote, I decided to go out there about a week after that. I don't know why. It wasn't that I didn't believe, I don't know, I just wanted to maybe see it. And lo and behold, you see those foundations being poured. Sometimes we talk about compromises, but the developers go 90% of the way, and the homeowners are back on their back feet on that last 10%, and then they ask us to come together and compromise. If we continue to allow these developers to take every step to do it, and even though it got, voted down, we're going to do it anyway, and we're going to try to keep bringing it back up, then it's going to continue the type of developer troubles that we've had in the past few years in this community. So I think that not opposed language is really important. Talking about the agricultural zoning, that was a default zoning that got applied to that when we voted it down. If you don't zone something, it goes in agricultural. So not only do I think we should vote this down, I think we should vote it down 6-0 again and show that we do care about protecting our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall.
Mr. Mayor, let me ask you one time.
Oh, sure.
Marshall, why did you vote for it in planning and zoning?
Because I hadn't heard.
What did you hear in planning and zoning that you made the decision to vote for it? I'm trying to get to that.
It's more what I didn't hear. I didn't hear from these people.
No, I mean, based on the facts that were presented to you, did you think it was a good thing to do? That's what I'm trying to get to, because I got to push this side. I'm coming down on Cody's side of this. But I'm asking you as commissioner, as appointed, did you make your decision based upon the facts or emotional pushes?
I would call it passionate. Bill, this is the way I vote. I look at two things. First off, I believe in free market principles. So if a developer comes to us and I see no problem with it, then I'm going to vote that through. The second thing I look at, however, is if there are passionate people. He said, you know, irreversible, I call it irreparable changes to these neighborhoods. And if I believe there's going to be something like that, then I'm going to apply that in front of my first principle of being pro-business and allowing these developments to happen. And I'm going to apply that first because I think we need to protect the homeowners. I think that's very important.
So you did not hear these presentations?
They didn't come. Yeah, they didn't come to us. And I don't criticize, no, I don't criticize you guys at all. I just didn't hear it, you know. And the fact that you guys have come down here and been so passionate, I love that you guys have done that because you're fighting for your home and your neighborhood, and I appreciate that so much.
Thank you, Marshall. You want to get,
Bodie Yeager, 106 South Drive, Branson. Just start off with, I would also be opposed to it. I more or less want to bring up that they have a signed agreement to have a POA. Now, we've just witnessed a whole year of government overreach with this whole mask mandate situation. The city made a decision and we all had to go with it. Right now, you're trying to make a decision to rezone it, which would be your decision, and that would supersede their agreement to have the POA. You're shaking your head, would you mind?
That is 100% wrong. I'm sorry, but that's wrong. That's just 100% wrong.
Okay, I mean, can you explain? I thought they had an agreement.
We can't override their covenants. I mean, I don't know how else to make it more clear.
But you rezoning it would be overriding.
No, their covenants still exist. That's a recorded document that runs with the land. Nothing we do changes that.
Their covenant says a single-family home. If they do what Jeff City said, I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it, having a giant house but looks like a residential house, and you can nightly rent it. They've already opened it up to that. But having multiple looking like condos or whatever the structure is, you're having multiple structures, not a single-family residence.
I mean, I'll agree with you that that's
Okay.
not what their covenants allow, but we're not overriding their covenants. Their covenants still exist and they can still enforce them. That's what I'm trying to get my point across is.
Right, they can still enforce it. I have not had firsthand experience with attorneys. I've witnessed it.
Congratulations.
You're right. Everything that I've seen has not been pleasant. Because obviously once you get to that stage, it takes 3 times longer and a lot of times doesn't come back.
And too much money, right?
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
The other
we
thing,
agree on something.
The other thing is I'm gonna bring up the whole mask situation again. Is once something gets implemented, it's so much harder to bring it back. Let's go ahead and bring up the tourism tax. It's been implemented, and that was somebody's excuse of why we need to continue it. Oh, it was implemented back in the 90s, so that's why we need to continue it. There's been, regardless how you stand on it, that's been some people's argument is, we did it then, so we should do it now. Well, now, we just discussed earlier, annexation is, it's just the first step of a process. Well, they didn't make a fuss about it because they were trying to be good neighborly people, and annexation is just one part of the process. Maybe they wanted sewer and water and those types of abilities for their property, but that wouldn't have necessarily changed. They would have had a single-family residence. Now, trying to go to high-density residential, or HDR, you're changing it from a single-family home to multiple residences.
It's the zoning's being approved is my point. We're not
Zoning to change the high density.
But we're not making a definitive ruling. We can't. We don't have that authority to say, all we're changing is the zoning.
But,
We're not changing the covenants. We're not rewriting the covenants.
All right, it's not hindsight. I'm not sure the terminology, but they already have footings for it. So you're saying that the 4 or 5.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, the recourse is not here. This is the wrong place for the recourse. The recourse is in Forsyth, in my opinion.
And I tend to disagree because you're supposed to work for the people, and I think the court system is the wrong way to do it. That's why we have such a screwed up country right now. Is everybody wants to sue everybody. Everybody wants to go into lawsuits, and it's a joke.
He's just trying to tell you the truth of where it is. That's just the way the system works.
Correct. I have
Right,
one
but
thing to add to that.
I think it's a government overreach that you're trying to change the rezoning even
the
though
law,
that
bud.
they have covenants, regardless of taking it to court.
It's creating a burden for them because now they will have to get legal representation. It's creating a financial burden is what we're doing.
And on top of that is they've already said in their testimony that they have stopped this time and time again, and yet things still continue to keep happening to that project. So with delaying this further and taking them to court, they'll probably have the structures built by the time they actually get a court to hear them out and say it, and then you're gonna hear from other people say that, well, would you rather have this vacant land with a start of a structure or just finish it out? Well, it's too late then. That's what the courts do, is they delay things so damn long, it's too late. So what recourse do they have? You gotta do something in the beginning. Now they're making their stand to do something about it.
Well, which was kind of my point. That's what, and with all due respect to the association, the recourse was months ago.
But,
I mean, we're
before
at a point now where I don't disagree with you, but again, this is not the proper place for that.
Before it was annexing in. There's nothing that I'm opposed to with
Well, this
annexing being
HDR
city.
thing has been considered since last October. Is correct, Sean? This came up back in October, the HDR thing. So for 7 months,
Did you
this
guys
was a known
know
thing.
a lot about it, pay much attention to it right up front, or do you just think it was another
Excuse
construction
me, Bo.
happening?
Bo, this is the discussion between us.
Okay.
May I ask
That's something that I would raise is, did they know about it right at the beginning? Did they think just some construction was happening? If they didn't get their notice and was sent to the wrong address, obviously they can't come here if they don't know about it. It's no fault of theirs, it's no fault of the city administration. I'm just looking at it as you're trying to make a decision impeding on their POA, their properties, and their rights.
I have a question for clarification. When you say October, are you talking about these two properties here? Or is October the entire 19.4 acres? The 19.4. Okay, well, this is just about the two properties, so they wouldn't have been able to come in because that's not their property. They're here tonight because this is in
Their subdivision.
their subdivision. So they didn't say anything before
Right.
because it's not their subdivision.
Right.
So
And
that, I just want to clarify.
Yeah, and they've said that they're not opposed to something that's not in their subdivision. That's why I'm advocating for them, that it's in their POA, and that's what they're fighting for. And I don't think taking them to court is the right course of action. I know you're an attorney, but we can agree to disagree on whether or not that's the course of action anybody wants to or prefers going to.
I have a question. Earlier, Sean kind of hit on the point where sometimes developers will just start doing stuff. I mean, like, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Is that what you were kind of implying earlier? Was there any groundbreaking or any construction that started before permits or anything? I mean, was there anything like that went on? Or because I'm kind of hearing that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. So upon annexation of the property, the applicant did get a land disturbance permit. They also got burning permits for the trees that they removed and burned. They got blasting permits in the city, and then they applied for a footing and foundation permit. They've actually also applied for building permits. Now, we have issued everything except for the building permits because those cannot be issued until the proper zoning is in place for the layout and the site plan that they've requested. But all of the other things I mentioned are completely allowable for this property in the city limits, zoned agricultural.
And it was all on the up and up. I mean, they got their stuff first and then they did it. I mean, they got their permit. I mean, nothing was done out of order.
Once the property was annexed, then they got the necessary permits.
Okay, thank you.
It was, when it came up for approval for the high-density residential zoning, the zoning was denied, and then they did go and put in their foundations, because I think they were confident they were gonna get the zoning. And then it came up the second time and it was turned down, and I don't know if they've done any construction since then, but the footings are in place.
And as we always, so the footing and foundation is a separate process outside of the building permit process. So the developer has the opportunity, if they choose to take that risk to start the project. The city actually holds a security, because it is a risk, that if those foundations are not completed, that then the city can use that security to remove those foundations. So that's all built into the code for that process. And we explain to the applicant, when they take advantage of that process, it is a risk, because it doesn't obligate the city to issue a building permit.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Joel. I contacted the building department to ask if there had been a land disturbance permit for that 19.4 acres, and there had not been one issued, so I called Taney County. Taney County says approximately 20 acres, but their plan that they submitted in '05 or '06 shows 19.4. DNR has approved that only 3.3 acres can be disturbed, and that was issued in November of 2019, and they have until February of '22. So
So
it sounds
again,
like more than 3.3 acres, and they never got an inspection. They never called to get an inspection or anything.
so again, these two lots are not part of that bigger
No,
piece. This
not
is
that.
just 2 acres
Right.
aside from the bigger project that the developer saw an opportunity to add to their project. So these two properties, again, are outside of the bigger
Right.
pieces of land.
But you guys were just talking about the foundations that were laid on the other property, correct? Not on
No,
this
the
one?
foundations go into
On the
that
2
lot.
properties,
On the 2 properties?
correct.
Okay. But they're not approved yet, but it's already, construction's already going on?
So again, as I explained the footing and foundation process, there was a risk there that the developer chose to take.
And they can legally do that.
It's in code for them to have that opportunity.
It's a risk. They're
It's a ri-
willing to put up money
That's right.
and lose it if they don't get the approval.
That's right.
But,
And
but
to-
they have that right to do
But
that.
yeah,
Yes.
So in layman's term, they put up a bond.
Yeah, a security.
that's right.
There's 3 ways of providing a security. A bond is one of them.
It's their risk.
It's their risk.
Yep.
Just one more. So we issued the burn ban for the trees,
Burn permit.
burn
Yeah,
permit.
the fire department did.
So is that how this happens, is the county allows all the tree removal and then we end up doing the burn permit?
Well, at the time they requested to burn the trees, they were inside the city limits, so they had to follow the
Okay.
city's rules.
That's just, that, unfortunately in Ward 3, that's how most of these are happening. They're clearing the trees by the county.
what
and
are you
then-
doing out to your ward out there?
I want to point out, yeah, they may have followed the certain procedures, but we're witnessing right now that not all questions can be answered early on. So annexation, they didn't know what was going to happen. Now we're to the zoning process and stuff like that. And yeah, they're taking security risk with having footings and stuff, and we're listening from people on the board saying that, oh, well, it's already in place, so we might as well keep going with it. So that's why I'm saying the farther you let this drag on and keep going, the more things are going to say, oh, well, they've already started. Let's just keep going. Oh, they've already got stuff going. Can you explain it one more time and dumb it down for me? I'm not an attorney. Explain to me how taking it to court is more the proper route of rezoning versus
Easy
what they
answer
already
is-
have for a POA.
Easy answer is he's an attorney.
Well, and I don't do litigation, so I stand to gain nothing from that, but the easy answer is you can get a temporary restraining order, injunctive relief, basically within 24 hours.
So
I mean,
basically,
that's by state law. If you think there's irreversible damage, there is a process in the court system to get that stopped, at least slowed down until the court can sort everything out.
so
This goes
by
back-
being a good person, doing the right thing is you already know that's a possible process, and they're fighting it tooth and nail at this
Bo,
point.
here's my point. The city, the board previously denied it. The developer went out and did it anyways. We have no ability to go out and stop the developer from doing what he's chosen to do. The only way to do that would be the court system. So, in other words,
you can deny the rezoning, and then
we
they
could
have more
deny
grounds.
it tonight.
Yeah, and they have
we
more
could deny it
grounds.
tonight, and he could still pour foundations and still do what he's doing. And my point is, we
So
don't
basically, you're
have
saying
any,
contracts are basically null and void.
I'm saying we
nobody
have
should
no
go with the
enforcement
contract?
ability. That's what the covenants are for, and that's not our job. That's all I'm saying.
Right,
It's a
no, but you're making
technicality,
it,
but
you're
it's not
making
our
it a
job.
harder fight for them by giving them the zoning permission because you have the almighty
But if
power
the
as a board.
association calls Mayor Milton tomorrow and says the developer is doing X, Larry's gonna say, okay, I mean, he can't send the police
Right,
out. I mean,
right, I know you can't do anything, but you can stop the zoning because that is under your authority at this point.
we can stop the zoning, yeah, okay. We obviously aren't connecting on this. But,
I agree.
okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Any other
It
questions?
is 10 o'clock. It is time for a break. And we'll resume
We got some insurance guys ready.
in 8 minutes. Oh, you got to talk about when you go on the agenda. call the meeting back to order. Next speaker. Oh. Mark, you're the next speaker.
All right, finally. Mark Riss, live at 171 Lenhart. I'm one of the notorious people that have lived there for over 15 years and finally put the for sale sign out in the front yard within the last month. I was just explaining this to my neighbor, one of the Kirbys. Friendly Hills has been evolving since I've even moved in over there. I mean, when the Majestic was built down below, none of Friendly Hills wanted that. That was a piece of progress that we had to learn to accept, and the traffic that passed my house at that point, not even comparable, Hundreds of cars go by our house now. I made a video. I really regret not showing it sooner because I've been sitting here listening to you guys try to show these maps. So if Chad can play my video for me, if you guys will allow it. So this is on the other side of Highway 265 is there on the right. This is up here right by Animal Safari. Same developer's building that. This is can you pause it for a second, Chad? Okay, so this is Gunner Hill, the road, right off of 265. I have to drive down that road. This is my only way in and out of my subdivision, okay? So you can see, I'll have another shot showing what these things look like. Whatever, they're vacation homes. Gunner Hill is turning into a resort, okay? I didn't move to Friendly Hills to live by a resort and, be surrounded by condos. Once again, it's kind of like the Majestic. I'm just accepting it as Branson progress. I'm not going to get in the way of the big machine. From what I've also heard, the right side of Gunner Hill, they're already planning to build 40 more units, okay? And after that is done, they're planning on building condos at the very top of the hill. I came here the first meeting and told everybody that I kind of felt like the city was being weaponized and used against us, our neighborhood. I was totally with my neighbors over here. And gosh, they have a very compelling story. I really do sympathize for them. I feel bad because, the Drummonds, they're great neighbors. Sean, great neighbor. I mean, I wish I had him sooner. But I'm sorry, they're late to the game. You moved into the neighborhood when the first stretch of Chateau Cove was already being built. It was somewhat of the writing was already on the wall, okay? Once this all started moving in, especially knowing Ruda already owned this and once turned Redford Lifestyles, took this over, it was obvious it was coming. So I guess if you can keep playing it, Chad, that'd be great. So yeah, the house up there at the very top, that's the Drummonds. If you could pause it. Actually see where that excavator is? You guys have been talking about, is there foundations and footers already done? You can see what they're doing. I just took this video like a day or two ago. So you might know, yeah.
Hey, Mark, there's a pointer there.
Oh, okay, yep. There we go. Yep, so here's the Drummond's house right here. Here's the Kirby's house, okay? Maybe if you back it up just a hair. Actually, if you play, I've got a better shot of what they're doing right here on the extra lot. This is my house here. This is Sean's house, okay? What I really came here to show, and my intention of this video was to really show the character of the neighborhood. With the Majestic here, it really put a big dent in the character of the neighborhood when that all happened. This is more of a close-up of what's being, this right here with all this lumber framing, there's a pool under there. There's another pool right there. You know, so every day we're driving through this construction zone. It's going to be, you know, okay, with what's over here, you know, the Chateau Cove stuff, all last summer, you could hear these people all night long living the rental life down there. It sounded like a kegger every night. Agreed? Okay. So this is Friendly Hills coming into the, you know, from the lake. Right here, there's Chateau Cove. That was the stuff that was initially built. You know, once we get up here, you're going to actually get into Friendly Hills itself, right? Right here is the end of this cul-de-sac, is the start of Friendly Hills. That's Tim Davis's land you've been talking about. This is Tim Davis's land. There's Sean's house. There's my house. There's the Drummond's house. There's the Kirby's house. So this is the character of Friendly Hills. I just wanted you guys to really see it, because I just don't feel like the aerial photography we get is really showing you. Now, Deborah Johnston, one called in, she lives back here in the woods, and eventually my drone will fly over there and look down at her house, just so you guys, here it is right here. That's Deborah's house. So once these condos get built over here on the hill, Deborah's quality of life is going to change. And there's no fighting it. I mean, it's, one of my arguments is whether, okay, where are we? Okay, here's the footers, right? This is what this was. I took this today. There's the new trees they planted that Gail was talking about. Okay?
Hold for a second, please.
Pause, yeah.
The area you just highlighted with the cat chaser?
Right here?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's the area we've been debating all night long, correct?
Actually, the HDR, what is this house, what they plan on doing, the actual address is 121 Lenhart. That's this house. They're building an extension off of this garage right now. I'm not sure whose side I'm actually arguing for, but I figure the video is going to expose it anyways, okay? I'll throw a bone their direction there on that one too, okay? But this is what's already been done. I mean, you can tell the foundations are ready for these. It's 4. We did find out, I'm a trustee on the board as well, okay? I'm the treasurer, there's 3 of us. Deborah's was the other, she's the secretary, so it's the 3 of us. As far as why didn't we do something in October? We didn't even know these were being built until we checked the city's website and noticed that there was addresses for them. So things started moving really fast. And actually, I mean, I don't think we had anything in the covenants that said that they couldn't clear their land. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's rather limited on what our action could have been legally in that respect. The point of my story, the point of my presentation here is to show the nature of the neighborhood, okay? Friendly Hills is the sliver. You got this, which is growing up the hill. You know, Kirby's, I love them to death. They're already doing vacation rental in that house, okay? They come, I see them there sometimes. But it's already happening. So that's my, I don't want to, I mean, I agree with Sean. I can't find another place in town that's going to give me the view. I mean, last year bought a couple jet skis. I can get down to the lake in 5 minutes, get those jet skis in the water and be out there. I mean, it's epic, okay? I don't want to leave it, but I will also say this, with all this vacation rental, there's no way I could have had my house listed for 1.1. There's no way. And in my opinion, 1.1 is going to give me plenty of a budget to go find some other pretty piece of ground and go build another home. So let's just hope I can get it, right? So, yeah, I wanted just you guys to see this because this is, you know, you see the hillside, I've got that. You guys were talking about that in annexation. By looking at the map, I was semi-confused where that was, and I was like, wait a minute, that's the hill I drive by every day. So, once again, I just want you guys, it's happening no matter what. If they're gonna, my big argument is whether those 4 units go there or not, is it gonna make a difference? I don't think it is. You know, I can already hear the people down the hill in the existing lodges that are already there. You hear them all night. When they build the other 40 on the other side of the road, it's only going to get worse. And then the road that, you know, that goes past the Drummonds, right here, goes down to the lake, down to the cul-de-sac from the first video shot. All these people, how do you think they're going to get down to the lake? They're already kind of going down there and swimming, and they go to Walmart and buy their cheap little Snoopy fishing poles. And I see them down there all the time, you know? But so there's gonna be foot traffic coming off of this that is creeping into our subdivision anyways. So whether you guys approve HDR for any of this, that's my opinion, is it doesn't really matter. The damage is already done. The character of the neighborhood's already been changed.
So Mark, to my point about if these don't go, what you see up there in that unfinished area,
Yep.
that's what you're gonna see.
Yeah.
So that was my point.
Yeah, I got it.
That and this is my opinion, and I know they may not want to hear it, but it would look better finishing the project than looking at that.
I agree. I don't know. Hey, we lived for years looking at the other side of that where Chateau Cove is. Man, that thing was all blown out rock for how long?
So, Mark, you and Rebecca, your consensus was, okay, we're either going to stay here and live in this and deal with it, or we're moving. I mean, is that where you were or where you are?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, Rebecca and I, a long time ago, we've had people come up to us before any of this was ever built. One time, I was out there like washing my dogs in the driveway, and some lady pulled up and like, I've been staying at the chateau for a whole week. I want your view. How much? Right? And I was like, whoa, like a dummy. I was like, well, it's not for sale. Right? And, you know, so whatever. So Rebecca eventually and I were like, well, we better come up with a number. If somebody ever hits that number, you know, there was a time I tried selling my house back in, 2012, whenever everything, you know, it was hard. 7,000 square foot house was a burden for me for a while, okay? And we were like, we got to sell this thing. I couldn't sell it. You know, we had it like 750. I couldn't get that. Now with all this, these things are renting out $1,300, $1,600 a night. So that makes our price range actually, you know, cash flowable for these people.
And Mr. Davis, does he live there?
No.
But he has a home there?
No, he does not have a home. He just owns the land.
It's just the lots?
Yes.
Okay. All right. He's building? Okay.
He's building, but Miss Permy that was here, she's still here. Mm-hmm. She owns 4 lots on the right of him. So I have a hard time believing that Tim Davis is going to build a home and look out to the left and see all these vacation lodges out to the left. And then when the Permys finally decide to develop their side, look to the right and see more vacation homes on the right. It just doesn't make sense.
He might decide to build some vacation rentals.
You know, you got a bunch of vacant land. I would think that might be the most lucrative use of the land, if you ask me.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
You did a good job with the cat chase.
That's good.
Hello.
Hey.
My name is Scotty Earls, and I live at 218 Linhart Lane, and we have lived there for 28 years. And I agree with Mrs. Drummond. The biggest caterpillars I've ever seen coming up and down our road, and it's hard to get in and out, and it's not going to get any better. And I think Mark pretty well described what exactly is going on in our neighborhood at Gunner Hill. But he didn't talk about the majestic subdivision down below us that's building like crazy now. And that's going to be all nightly rentals also. And Whisper Cove is just to the north of us. And we're totally engulfed with condos and nightly rentals. So we just have a little bitty area there, 24 lots. We own 4, And we decided that we're going to, got too much house and too much property to take care of anymore, so we decided we're going to do like Mark, and we're going to leave the neighborhood. So you guys should come out and take a drive down through our neighborhood. It's beautiful if you can look past all the construction and stuff. So anyway, thank you very much for listening.
Ms. Earls,
Yes.
you are for this or against it?
I'm sorry?
You are for this zoning approval or against it?
Yes, for.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no more speakers. That wasn't a question, that was a statement. Alderman, any questions before we vote? Sensing none? Oh. Alderman Denham?
Thank you. Rewarding developers for not following any of the county's guidelines or the city's guidelines at the expense of property owners to make an extra dollar makes me ask, why do we have ordinances? I think it's a shame what's being done, and I think it's even more of a shame that we continue to move forward approving and rewarding. I'm for development. I'm big time for development. When it's done correctly and when it's done fair, straight across the board. I was in planning and development for almost 14 years, and I'm a by-the-book person. And if something's not right, well, then let's make an amendment to the ordinances, but then let's still apply it straight across the board. That's not being done. Then they're even rewarded more, and fees are waived. Our taxpayers, my dollars too, because I live here, are paying for developers' projects. I don't agree with that. And I don't know who would support that, so why do we keep approving? If someone's building, if someone's doing what they're not permitted to do, that should be an immediate stop work order and fines, and then figure out where we're going from there. Doing due diligence to protect the city. If we bring in that huge piece of property right there, almost 20 acres, it's an easy phone call to Taney County. Hey, has this gone to your board? Has this gone? All that information should have been presented to this board when this was requested. It should have been presented to planning and zoning when this was requested. That's due diligence if you're overseeing that department. We still, unfortunately, this project started in '05. Fountains on Fall Creek next to Country Bluff Estates, same behavior. Apply for annexation, burn down the property. There was buffering required by the county in their minutes, and the city of Branson requires buffering. But let's just ignore it when we get phone calls, because it should have been stopped immediately. Well, they're not annexed in all the way. It's not final. We can't do anything. Yes, we can. And it should have been, the relationship should have already existed with the county to work hand in hand to help the residents, and it wasn't. That is not public servanthood. That is not serving your constituents. There is an open, I'm sorry, Mr. No, behind you. You, with Martinez, yes. You said something about the landscaping being burnt. I mean, it just brought back horrid, raw memories of what the people in Country Bluff Estates went through. That's 19.4 acres. They were approved by DNR. We just denied a project because they weren't abiding by DNR. But we're letting this go through. I'm sure they've cleared more than 3.3 acres. I went up there. I did look. I did go take pictures. It's pretty bare. And we're going to reward them for doing what we just denied someone else for doing. That is not fair treatment straight across the board. Having favorites, I don't know what's going on, but when all these fees are getting waived, I would like to have some free stuff in my neighborhood. I was promised water a long time ago, city water. But we're giving those benefits to someone who's continually breaking the rules, the laws, the ordinances, the state statutes, DNR, whatever. We are setting a horrid precedence right now. And we are being so irresponsible with the taxpayer dollars, so irresponsible at the expense of property owners. We're in a mess with Country Bluff Estates. It's going to take a lot to work with them because what was done to them should never have taken place. My question is, how long are we going to keep doing this? Is this, oh, so what? We go to court, we got attorneys. No, that's not how things should be taken care of. That is so irresponsible. Yeah, I've got something 2010. Fountains on Fall Creek and Greer condominiums are both bunched together, needing to, because the land gets piecemealed. Oh, we break it up, we split it up, then we change names because then it's like a new project coming through, and we annex piece by piece, we clear the property with no permits, we do whatever we want, and then we ask for freebies. We ask for free water, free sewer, free this. Oh, okay, that is irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. And just on these lawsuits, Planning Commission, the board members are named. Board of Adjustment, the board members are named. I don't want my name if a lawsuit comes this way. And on the record right now, I am so against what has taken place. I do not want my name to be included. I will vote no, and I will not be a part of taking advantage of citizens. It was a responsibility to provide to the Planning and Zoning. Commissioner Howden, he didn't know. He should have been informed. He should have been provided with the information. Oh, we don't do that? Well, that's Taney County? No, that's irresponsible. That's irresponsible leadership, irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. It's embarrassing that this continues. All this continues to be rewarded. Alderman Whitus, he's, no stranger to the people in Country Bluff Estates. It's not something to be proud of. This is not, oh, this leadership's wonderful. I'm glad we treated the situation this way. I am very upset because do you know how easy it was and no cost for me to get the entire packet of the land disturbance, the entire packet of the lawsuits, the entire packet of the minutes, the agendas, the supporting documentation from the county? I have always worked hand in hand with them when I was here even. They send it immediately because they want to make sure these people went and they sat in public hearings and decisions were made and things were documented and they're not being respected. I don't know what else to say. It's like telling a kid, no, you're not supposed to steal candy, but it's okay, go ahead and steal candy, and we're going to turn our heads the other way. That's how ridiculous it is, because we've got the revised statutes that we should be going by. We've got the city ordinances we should be going by. DNR even has a permit, and we're just ignoring everything. That's irresponsible. Thank you very much.
Alderman Denham, I have to say I agree so much with what you've said. I am so glad you're on this board, and you'll help us make some changes.
Thank you.
City Manager Dobbins, I know we've talked briefly about some things we need to change. What I just saw, Mark, thank you for that video. What I just saw was, it appears to me we would want to address the code that says prior to your property being zoned, you shouldn't be able to go put in footings. Because if the decision of this board tonight was no, did you all see what they would be left with? So I understand it's a financial risk from the developer's point of view, but that doesn't seem in balance either. You okay with that?
We will review it and bring it back to you.
Thank you. Any more comments from the board?
I agree with Alderman Denham's beliefs and her stance and everything she said. I'm torn on, I guess I'm torn on what really went down so. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, what I guess I could ask her. I mean, from the get-go, how is it wrong from the beginning? I'm trying to understand, because I've watched all this evidence and I've heard from all these people. I totally get where the Drummonds and the Sanchez, where they're coming. If I lived there, I had a phone call with him today, Sean, and if I lived there, I totally get his frustration, and you know, I don't want all this, or I wouldn't want all that around me. But I guess I'm trying to understand what took place that was so bad. What went wrong? I just want to understand that.
Okay.
You understand my question? I mean,
In
because I think I might have missed that.
In 2005, this project started. That's why I asked it to be brought down, because they're two separate issues, but they're not. Because that has been annexed in and it has now become part of the bigger picture. That chunk, Chateau, 2005, Taney County Planning, okay? It went to Taney County Planning. It went to Taney County Board of Adjustment. And it has been left to expire, then they renew it, then they expire, then they renew it. And little by little, they're doing stuff on the property. So whenever it came for annexation, the city, it's pretty easy. You look at a big chunk of property that's coming in from the county, you go look at the property. You ask the applicant what's on it now. Has it been approved? Has it been approved for any specific use? Because you let them know you're bringing it in. It's going to come in as agricultural and it'll need to be zoned. So it's a phone call to the county and they provide the information. You meet with the applicant. Okay, so is this what you're trying to, move forward with? The Planning and Zoning Commission should have been made aware at the onset of this annexation. The Board of Aldermen should have been made aware. It's due diligence. It's your job. It's your job as a planning director.
So what steps didn't happen that should have, and who were responsible for that? I'm
Decisions
trying
were
to figure out
made.
how I'm going to vote, so I want to know.
Yeah,
what.
decisions were made based on lack of information. Not every Board of Aldermen's a planner. Nobody, and that's why it would have been better handled that way. Same with the property on Fall Creek Road, next to Country Bluff Estates. It was done the same way. And it's difficult. You need to know, you need to look at the big picture. You need to think of, is there going to be a problem for the city? Could this cause a problem? Is this going to be a hardship on the developers when they find out they can't do X, Y, Z? Are we protecting the surrounding properties with buffering? Oh, they did require a 50-foot buffering in the minutes for Taney County Planning. And then we just let them burn the whole thing down, and these people that have invested hugely into their homes in Country Bluff Estates, they no longer have buffering. Nothing. I mean, we are ripping the people off that aren't doing anything wrong. The innocent people are the ones that are having to pick up the tab on all of this, and it is not fair. It is all of our duty to make sure we know what's going on when we make a decision. So that property right there, it is now in the city limits. But we know We know it is it has covenants. We know that. You got to think past the dollar, or, oh, this is city and that's count. No, it's a joining, it's like a marriage. So you got to think about everybody involved. I think that zoning this to reward them, because they knew darn well what they're going to do with it. I'm sorry, they did. And a developer's going to try to make as much money as they can. You don't blame them, that's their job. But we also have property owners that are going to be highly affected too. Do we just let them continue to do it a lot at a time? It's wrong.
What I think, at least what I'm hearing though, is maybe that process should be improved. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. That process probably should be improved, but I think to Clay's question, should the process be improved? Perhaps. Was the process not followed here? That's a different question. So as we sit here today.
That's my question.
As we sit here today, and I think we heard this from Joel, the process as it exists today, in fact, additional steps were taken to get to poll the owners and do some of these things. That process was followed, and so that's not, at least in my mind, that's not me saying, hey, that process is perfect and we don't need to revisit that and improve it. We're just making a decision on, was that process followed? Is this consistent with sort of what's going on here, as Mr. Is it Riss that he pointed out? And again, I'm separating the issues for me personally. I'm not saying you should do this. I'm not saying anybody else should do this. But for me personally, it's not. I mean, we're not taking up annexation at this point. We're taking up what's the best thing we should do with these two lots, and what's been presented to us. And what's been presented to us, in my mind, is what we as a board should say is the best use of it. But again, that doesn't change what the association can do to defend their rights. And so I think we just have to separate, at least in my mind, we have to separate those issues. But I agree, and I've said this, and in fact, I met with Mayor Larry a couple weeks ago, and I said, you know, when this is coming in the original annexation piece of it, you know, maybe we can modify that to have that bigger picture of what exactly it is we're going to be looking at. Maybe that's a process we change, but as we sit here today on April 20, whatever, you know, I don't even know what time it is anymore, but whatever, April 27th, the process is what it is. I've not heard anybody say it wasn't followed. I think that's just how we have to vote, at least in my mind. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, and that was my question, you know.
Let me touch on something, Joel, and it was based on the Country Bluff thing. And that just every time these things come up, we start talking about our relationship with the county or our lack of a relationship with the county, right? And Bill can chime in on this too. So I guess at one time, we had a relationship with the county where there was this back and forth. So, you know, that's an issue that prior to you being on the board.
Excuse me, Jeff. This conversation is very, very important. I was just informed that those listening in have been disconnected. And so we just need a few minutes to get reconnected because what you're saying is important. I want everybody to hear it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just 3 minutes.
Okay.
And you might hear some things over the sound system. It's just part of the process. Give me 1 second. I apologize, Mayor.
You insurance guys still here?
Got 2.5 minutes.
Get your hands up.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Alderman C., thank you for your patience.
So what I was saying is that we're aware that we don't have a relationship, and we really don't know how to pursue it, other than just maybe getting with Brandon Williams or something and going over there, trying to establish that, where we're all on the same page before trees start going down, or, you know, and I think that's where she's going with this. So, question, Ruth, is the 05 that you keep bringing up, is that still, are you claiming that that's affecting this project?
I'm just saying when it started, this project started.
Gotcha. And do we know if that lawsuit is still active, or has it been dismissed, or?
I've been told that they're all pending. They're all pending. My thing is, we don't need to talk to a commissioner. They have Taney County Planning, and they're more than willing, and they always have been more than willing to work with us. But aside from that, do we want the city to bring in more dollars? Definitely. You know, we want to prosper, but not at the expense of a human being. And when you have to look at morality, you have to base your decisions on morality, and that's something everyone here is going to have to do, and ask ourselves, do we really want to set a precedence right now? What precedence are we deciding to set this evening? That's.
Mayor? You bet. This is a question I asked for Joel, because I try to listen to all sides. You know, you get so much of it, you just go, ugh. Joel, did we do anything illegal, immoral, or impractical in this process? I think that's what it comes down to, because it's obfuscation around this whole thing. We didn't do anything illegal.
Not that I'm aware.
We followed our normal process.
Followed our normal process.
I was not on P and Z at the time. I'm sorry, P and Z at the time, but I know you guys scrutinize this stuff pretty strongly.
Yeah.
And I apologize if you think that that anybody up here is impugning the integrity of the Planning and Zoning Department. Did we treat this one any different than the rest besides counting lots, which I've never seen before? I mean, I think, Mayor, that Cody was right. That maybe we need to look at some of this stuff a little bit differently, because there's a lot more of those little holes in the county that's out there that we need to be able to deal with. And but I appreciate you saying that, and the staff has been excellent to work with while I was on planning and zoning. But I would agree. I don't think anything illegal or immoral was done. If there were mistakes made, I don't think it was done on the planning and zoning staff. I think maybe the developer made some, and maybe even fudged a little bit. Thank you.
I just want to say, if I offended you, I'm very, very sorry. I get really passionate about this situation because it's something that continues to go on, and I know sometimes, being in your position, I know sometimes your hands are just tied behind your back and because other things take place. I understand that, and I apologize, because I would never, I don't want to offend you. I don't mean to offend you, because I appreciate the work that you do, but I don't know why it stopped, you know, the information coming in from the county. I have no idea.
There's different people.
Yeah, so, but no, I know you're doing a good job, but we need to get to the point where we are just all communicating and making sure that we're crossing all our T's and dotting all our I's, so citizens aren't hurt by it. So I do apologize.
And I felt it was important for you all to hear this dialogue and get a sense of some of the new members on this board, and myself, how we feel about going forward. Stan's been great to work with. Some of it is going to be our existing codes that probably should be revisited, and we're going to take that very seriously. So, before we vote, any more comments? Sensing none, please vote.
Mine's still on wait.
Mine is too.
Alderman Denham, are you having troubles? Do you want to just voice vote and I'll register it?
Sure. No.
Thank you. I'm sorry. The motion passed. We have Alderman Denham voting no, Alderman Skanes, Alderman Cooper, Alderman Fenton voting yes, Alderman Whitus voting no, and Alderman C voting yes. Vote was 4 yes and 2 no's.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, before we read the next item regarding insurance, I'm going to suggest we postpone that for 2 weeks.
So moved.
Look at Tim Connell come out.
I know, I can't make a motion, Stan. It's okay. Madam Clerk, would you read the next item on the agenda, please?
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5983, an ordinance approving the contract with Connell Insurance Incorporated for property liability, workers' compensation insurance premiums, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5983.
Jeff was number 1, Ruth number 2. That's pretty good. We have a motion and a second. We'll now have a staff report from Jan Fisher.
We've had some technical difficulties with our Zoom, and so we're going to allow Jan to present, but he's going to do it over the phone. We've done this before. It usually works okay. Let's cross our fingers.
Okay. So if he talks too long, we can just cut him off. He'll never know.
That's completely up
Got
to
it.
you.
Jan, are you with us?
All right, Jan, they can hear you.
Okay. Well, what I'm here to present tonight is a renewal of our property liability work comp and our cyber liability insurance coverages. Tim Connell with Connell Insurance will be presenting a little bit about this tonight. He's got his COO or CFO, Randy Pashears, with him. But what we're looking at is pretty much it's a flat renewal with the possibility of lowering by about $41,000 from the current year. So this was all based on the contingency that Tokyo Marine HCC had guaranteed us a flat renewal for 2020, or I'm sorry, 2021, 2022. And along those same lines, Tim, in his magic, has reduced our work comp renewal as well. Our current renewal, our current experience mod is a pretty high 1.28. And Tim was able to knock that down quite a bit, so it's going to make a big difference. I think all in all, we could be looking, like I said, somewhere at about a $41,000 reduction over current year. What we're going to be looking at with respect to all of our coverages has to do with, I've got it listed out in a staff report. I won't bore you with all of it, but it's about $178.5 million in total buildings and contents, $3 million in general liability, $10 million in cyber liability. The cyber liability, that's kind of a big deal these days with all the municipalities that have been getting breached. And for our cyber coverage, we are looking at, we use the Beasley Group, and they kind of contract with Lloyd's of London. And this has been a successful marriage between the city and this insurance since the Anthem breach that we experienced a few years ago. Then we've got other things with respect to public officials coverage. law enforcement coverage, employment practices coverage, and things like that. Now, the numbers are going to fluctuate throughout the year whenever we add and subtract personnel, and we add and subtract vehicles and equipment and things like that. It's just the nature of how insurance works. We will probably end up getting a cover-up bill towards the end of the 2022 cycle from MEM, Missouri Employers Mutual, and they will probably, like they did this year, they hit us up for a little bit, just simply because our payroll was a little higher than we had anticipated for the 2020 year. So all in all, our coverages are, roughly about $456,000 for property and liability. We've got another $450,000 or so for work comp, and all the other ancillary insurance coverages in between there would round that out to about $941,000. Now back to the work comp side of things, we're hoping, this is the third year of 3 consecutive years where we had a big claim year in 2018. Should be falling off our record here shortly. So at that point, we should start to see some significant reductions in our work comp rates. We've really addressed that hard with our after-action reviews. Bob Smither and the risk management group there, he leads the way with respect to finding out, hey, what could we have done better as an organization? How did we as an organization fail our employee, or how did our employee fail in following the rules and things like that? So all that being said, we recommend, staff recommends renewal of this through Tokyo Marine and HCC and through MEM. And I've got Tim Connell there, and he can answer any ancillary questions you may have.
Thank you, Jan. Anybody from the audience wishing to speak on this matter? Any aldermen?
This comes out of our Human Resources meeting discussion we had the other day. Am I right, Tim?
Correct.
And we made a recommendation from that committee to move forward to the board.
Correct.
Okay. I slept since then, so I just needed to know.
Me too.
Yep.
About to.
And I just want to reiterate that. Alderman Skanes and I are on the HR committee, and had presentations, and we were given a lot of the detail, and HR committee did recommend this for the board. Any alderman questions? Sensing none, ready to vote?
We have a voice vote of yes.
There it is.
It passes 6-0.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
Tim, good job.
Appreciate it.
Knocked it out of the park.
Madam Clerk, when you're ready for the next item?
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5984, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expense and transfer from the Police Forfeiture Fund into the Public Safety Police Fund. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5984.
I'm needing a motion.
We've got it. They're quick.
Oh, look at. Wow. Why don't you go ahead and vote, and we'll cut through the rest of this? Anybody in the audience wishing to, Stan, you okay down there? Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Oh,
Would you like for me to
after you
give
get a staff report, we'll ask for questions.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is a budget amendment to transfer funds from the police forfeiture fund to the police operating fund to cover the annual subscription for Celebrite. And this is a subscription that the Secret Service covered for us last year. It's a very important device with an annual subscription that allows them to further investigate and pull data from the cell phones. And so we did get notice that they will not be covering the annual subscriptions going forward. So we did not have this planned for in the 21 budget. So they just need to move the monies from their forfeiture fund over to the operating fund to cover the subscription for this year. And going forward, they will budget that as an operational cost in the future. And we do recommend approval of that, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Mayor, I've got a quick question.
Sure.
Could you give me, for the newbies on the board, can you give me just a little bit of brief explanation on what the forfeiture fund is? And
Certainly. The forfeiture fund, it has a little bit about $12,400 in it, and it accumulates. Department of Justice will, let me just read you the brief. The proceeds are awarded based on the agency's direct participation in an investigation that results in the forfeiture of a federally seized asset. So it's based on the investigation, based on the departments that are involved in that investigation, and then they split it based on the participation. So the seized asset, whether it be money or whatever, is divided up between those agencies, and that's how we get money. We don't always get money. It's just an accumulation, and like I said, right now we're about $12,400. And we don't use it very often. It's a very strict guidelines of what we can use it for, and this just happens to be one of those guidelines that we can use it for.
so in other words, it's extra money we have
It
in this
absolutely
particular
is.
fund, and this happens to fall within that.
It's a minor fund for the public safety that we have that we can use it to cover this cost, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor?
Sure.
So, obviously, we didn't seize a Ferrari or something. So pre-public safety tax, were they paying for this, or did we even have this?
We didn't have this. This was last year, was the first
Gotcha.
year for it.
So wrap around where they were paying for it, correct? 2019. I
Secret
guess.
Service last
Yeah.
year, yes. Mhm.
So the reason why this is coming up now is because now we have to pay
Right.
for it. And
Correct.
that's why it's coming out of that fund.
And we just got notified not too long ago that they were not going to fund it this
Mm-hmm.
year. That's why we're bringing the budget amendment before you today, so that we can cover that for 21, and we'll just put it in our budget going forward
Yeah,
to
then
cover
it'll
the
be a
annual
line item
cost.
going
Certainly.
forward. Awesome,
Mhm.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, just so we're clear on this, the exact amount of what it's going to be,
$3,700.
thank you. And the rest of that money stays put until a good, qualified use for it comes up, and then it comes back before the board, and the board makes the decision.
That's correct. It's Department of Justice, so there's very strict guidelines on how we use it, and it's very well looked at going forward, so if we want.
If it is not used during a particular year, it's carried forward as a
Sure,
line item?
it accumulates.
Okay, thank you.
So, Jamie, we're only asking to transfer the 3,700?
Yes, sir.
Where does that rule where if it's under 15,000, you don't need board approval?
It's a good question, but if you're transferring monies across funds, then you have to have board approval regardless of the amount. And that's why we're bringing it before you today, because you're transferring it across funds. So we have to put that money in a specified fund for those strict regulations, and now we're transferring it across funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Do we have any questions from the audience? Hearing none, any questions from the board? Let's see how fast we could vote.
I'm pushing it, and there it goes. Ruth beat me that time. still waiting? Oh, good Lord. Hers is still waiting.
Voice vote, because
Well.
Voice vote for Alderman Denham.
yes.
Thank you. It passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, ready for the next item?
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5985, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 2, Section 2-136 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to dealings with employees by board or mayor. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5985.
Jeff and Ruth. We have a motion and a second, and we'll now have a staff report from Stan Dobbins.
I am awake. This is one of those ordinances that we kind of talked about earlier about cleaning things up. This ordinance was actually passed in 1973. Don't ask me what the impetus was for it. I have no idea. I was a freshman in high school. In 2020, we modified it slightly because our city attorney noticed that technically we were violating our own ordinance by asking directors questions when they came to the podium because you weren't even allowed to do that. So we altered it in 2020. Mayor Milton asked if we could relax that because every time that this has come up, I've said and will continue to say, I do not care who you all talk to. I have always said that. You have heard me say that repeatedly. All I've ever asked is that you don't try to give anybody orders or directions to go do things. That runs afoul of state statute. So we are trying to modify this to make it a little more user-friendly, and staff would recommend passage.
I have a few comments on that. Stan has been very good to work with on this, and I think we're accomplishing what all our goals are. We clearly want to follow the chain of command. There's a reason for it. I'm a Marine. There's a reason to have a chain of command when you're giving orders and directions. So this does not authorize any alderman to go to any director and say, I want you to do A, B, C, and D. Stan needs to be the one that controls their time, their schedules, their deadlines. So this merely says that you're not violating code for the alderman to speak to directors or for directors to speak to aldermen. Agree with that, Stan?
Amen.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Any alderman?
My only question for Stan or Chris maybe is if it was changed to deal with the addressing, during inquiry during a meeting, and we're taking that out, I mean, are we going right back to where we started, to where, I don't know, this is kind of weird to me. This one's weird to me. I think this is a good change. I just, when you made that comment about why it was added,
We changed it slightly in 2000 because we've, quite frankly, and Larry will tell you this, Mayor Milton, I apologize, will tell you this, that we have some things that in our code book, and I believe Alderman Denham even referred to some of them tonight, that I think need updating. Quite frankly, we talk about how thick our ordinance book is, and we have begun a process of reviewing planning and zoning ordinances. Attorney Lebec and I have been discussing a pre-annexation agreement that we could add into our ordinance to accomplish what you all were wanting to do tonight. We've been doing that back and forth while we've been up here. But this was one of those that Chris came into my office. He goes, hey, we're violating our own ordinance. And I'm going, oh, what now? And because we found several, and we clean them up as we find them. And this one was that by the ordinance that was passed in 1973, no alderman could ask any questions of a department director or employee without asking me to ask the question and then replying back. So in 2020, we changed at least the part to let you all talk to them so we weren't violating our own ordinance. And now this is just that I think personally has worked well. And I've said this before, I honestly don't care who you guys talk to. I really don't. And working with Mayor Milton, we decided to go ahead and make this change, and I think it is good for everybody. I hope that answered your question. I apologize.
It did, thank you.
Anybody from the audience wishing to speak on this matter? Any aldermen? Let's try a vote. Wow.
It works fine, yeah.
Very nice.
It passes 6-0, thank you.
Very nice. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments. This appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointments procedure for Category 4, which are appointments made by the mayor but not approved by the Board of Aldermen. Mayor, please announce your appointments.
Okay, my appointments for the Taney County Partnership Board, term expiring April of 2022, is Bill Skanes. Thank you, Bill. Appointment for the Chamber of Commerce representative for the city with a term expiring April 2022 is Clay Cooper. Thank you, Clay. Appointment to the Finance Committee with a term expiring April 2022 will be Jamie Whitus, Cody Fenton, and Ruth Denham. Thank you. Appointment to the Human Resource Committee with a term expiring April 2022 will be Jamie Whitus and Bill Skanes. And I want to thank each and every one of you willing to serve and make our city a better place.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments. This appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointments procedure for Category 5, which is appointments made by the mayor with approval of the Board of Aldermen. The board will be voting on a slate of appointments, and if there's any alderman that would like to request an appointment be pulled down from the slate and voted on individually. If we don't have anybody, I will allow the mayor to please announce these appointments to be voted on.
The appointments that I'm recommending for the slate will be for the M. Graham Clark Downtown Airport Board, term expiring April 2022 is Bill Skanes. Appointment to the Advisory Park Board with a term expiring April 2022 is Jeff C. An appointment to the Planning Commission with a term expiring April 2022 is Ruth Denham.
The floor is now open for a motion and a second. Thank you.
Wow. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote.
That carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much on that. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Your Honor, the next item is disbursements. The floor is open for a motion not only to receive disbursements from March 5th, 2020 through March 26th, 2021.
Go, Bill.
If I can beat Ruth.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Wow. Don't forget how to do this next time, guys. We're down to the wire with reports. We'll start with Alderman Denham.
I attended the Freedom Encounter dinner that we all received invitations to. It's going to be a wonderful museum with a restaurant, with a resource library, going along with the 1776 education platform. It's also going to allow for our local kids to be involved in some theatrical work, which goes hand in hand with the constitutional theme that they're going to carry throughout. They are in their fundraising arena right now, but they do have a lot of sponsorship. They have their sponsors get up and speak, and I think it's going to be a great addition to this area. Mike Moon and Representative Brian Seitz were there as well. So it was a good night, good dinner, and I would recommend that museum when it's ready to go to anyone. I think any age is going to be able to really benefit from it. It is going to be in the old Yellow Ribbon Theater on Falls Parkway.
Old Tony Orlando spot.
Yes.
Alderman Gaines?
No, sir, I do not have a report tonight. It's late.
Alderman Cooper?
I do not as well.
Yep.
Well, you know I have to talk. I mean, I just love to hear myself. No, I just wanted to take just a real quick second and like last time to everybody who attended tonight, speakers. I know these issues. They're important, and so I appreciate the feedback and the comments, and I really do appreciate that. I know we've got like an empty audience here now, so I'm talking to myself. But thank you, truly from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to everybody that showed up and spoke tonight, and as always, thank you to any staff, police officers, everybody that's here, helping us get through this meeting and supporting us. My thank you to you as well. So that's all I got.
Alderman Whitus?
I'm good.
Alderman C?
Just want to thank Mayor Milton for accommodating my appointment as far as my scheduling and stuff.
You bet. Thank you.
And I like the park board.
Good.
It's good. And a shout out to Alderman Cooper there for responding the way he did. And I think this is important, especially in light of the Country Bluff thing. I got several calls and texts about what was going on there to the west of Branson North. They saw,
Yes.
trucks and tractors and burning and that kind of stuff. And I think he went out. Did you get a battery for your truck?
I did.
Did you? Okay. Well, I didn't know that before you went driving down that gravel road. But he went down there, flying down there, and checked it out. And I don't know who else got called, but I got a lot of calls. And I think Bill went down there too. So that's what I see us responding to those things and getting out in front of stuff. So kudos to you.
Thank you. Administrator Dobbins?
I'm going to ask you to bear with me for just a moment. Chad's going to put something up on the screen here.
Yes.
That's Mike Ray, for those who don't know. Mike has been the Utilities Director since 2010. He was head of Public Works Division and Administrative Services since 2005, and he's been with the city since 1988. Mike is a consummate professional. He is a great man, a great father, amazing husband, and Mike had a plan, and Mike was going to be retiring from our organization in about 3 years. Mike's wife has taken ill, and that moved up that timeline so he can spend every moment with his wife. I love this guy, and he touches my heart because he's been so much a part of this organization ever since I've been here. He put together a maintenance program that has allowed us to basically fund our ongoing expenses and utilities for water and sewer projects. And, and the other thing about him is he's always smiling. And I know I'm a religious guy, and I know God has a plan. And Mike and I had a real long personal talk with one another. And I just needed to say, I love you. And I need to let you all know how much we care for Mike, and that Mike is going to be retiring and enjoying a better life. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Stan, and thank you, Mike. I had several things I was going to address tonight. However, the hour is late. We have executive session, so I just want to end the night saying it's a great feeling listening to your aldermen in discussion, different points of views, all speaking from their heart, same goals, different ways to get there. Very comforting. Every day I'm more and more confident on the positive things that we're going to be doing for you, the residents. So with that,
We make a motion.
need a motion to adjourn.
We need to go into
First, we have to go to
executive
executive session. You want to make it? Yep.
Mayor, I make the move to go into executive session pursuant to 610.021.1 RSMO for litigation, 610.021.2 RSMO for real estate, and 610.021.3 RSMO for personnel.
We have a motion, a second, please vote.
Oh, my God. It's not coming up.
Did you get them?
To vote on.
Need another oral?
Alderman Denham,
Yes.
Alderman Skanes,
Yes.
thank you. I've got you others, but it carried, thank you.
Next item is to adjourn. Floor is open to adjourn the Board of Aldermen's meeting. If there's a motion and a second.
Good luck. There it comes.
Wow, Ruth is fast.
She is so fast on the draw.
We have a motion and a second. Oh, please vote.
Alderman, thank you. I got you.
Everybody says
I got you.
yes? Everybody just says yes.
It passes 6-0. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Alderman, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll meet you in the
It was fun.